Okay, so today is the first episode of the open instrumentation, variable instrumentation kind of series. So lots of text scores, might have a few graphic scores, and just like conventionally notated stuff that is more open. Um, if you're not familiar with like this type of composing, um, if the one of the most, I guess you could say, the oldest variable instrumentation piece is 4 minutes and 33 seconds by John Cage. That's a piece that's famously silent, and it's 4 minutes and 33 seconds long, that much silence, and it's from 1952. So I can't think of a piece that's much older than that. Um, but that piece, it's not even explained that it's for variable or open instrumentation, but clearly just the premise of the piece. I mean, any instrument can be silent, so therefore any instrument can play it. Um, and it can be performed in any way, right? So that's kind of where we're moving forward from here. And the first couple of scores I want to look at are by this Japanese composer, Akiko Yamane. The first couple of scores we're looking at are called State Number 1 and State Number 2. I think I'm going to split it up over 2 days and just take my time with this series. Yeah, 2 and 3 would be from 2022. What's 1 from? 2018. Yeah, so we'll start with State Number 2. Play any ready-made pieces of music at the same time as the noise. So that's it. Also, it's in Japanese here. So we have the English and the Japanese. Um, if I knew Japanese, I would read this out because I'm sure there's something lost in translation, as there always is. Ready-made brings to mind the sort of I'm blanking on the artist name. Marcel Duchamp. Yeah. So Marcel Duchamp's ready-mades were turn of the century artworks, the most famous being Fountain. This is just a urinal signed by the artist. And he had other famous ones like the coat rack, bicycle wheel, right? So sometimes the objects are combined together in a nonsensical way. Sometimes they're literally just found and placed in a gallery, or they're like presented in a unique way, like the way this urinal is not oriented correctly, and it's not connected to anything. So the idea is like uh, or they're ordinary objects, and this is sort of an antidote to what he called retinal art. Um, so the found object becomes the art. And actually, a lot of these ready-mades by Duchamp, they're objects that have, like their manufacturers are now defunct, right? They're over 100 years old, these objects. So they actually are kind of works of art, and they've been kind of immortalized, and their lifespan has been extended significantly just by the fact of the artist like presenting them as art. Um, so, anyways, Akiko Yamane is talking about ready-made pieces of music, right? So I think this could be any music, regardless of copyright. But and it could be live music, it could be pre-recorded music, uh, it could be music intended for speakers, right? And then there has to be some sort of noise that's played at the same time, which opens the door to so many other things, right? Like what is noise versus what is music, that sort of thing. Uh, and then Yamane is a composer I found through the work of another Japanese composer, Yuri Umamoto. Here's her CV, which is kind of nice. Born in Osaka, then studied in Kyoto City, Bremen, University of the Arts, and then after studying abroad, completing another degree at Kyoto. So she's had a number of pieces commissioned, and then she lists pieces that she's directed or curated, notable performances of her music, and then group exhibitions are sort of toward the end, along with some awards. Is there an about on the front here? No, this is just a link to some fridges. Okay. What is going on with this website? So clearly the front page directs you to a piece of web art. There doesn't seem to be a bio section of the website, but we do have a list of works, mostly just SoundCloud recordings. And then sort of her events are listed reverse chronological by year, so you get a list of all of them. She's done a good job of summarizing each one in a single line. It's very pretty. Okay, well, not finding as much info as I wanted, but super interesting composer. Her YouTube channel and SoundCloud are full of music, so I would just check it out and maybe contact her for some scores. These scores, the reason why I'm going over her text scores is because they're freely available. All of her other scores cost money. Um, but yeah, this one's free. And yeah, recordings in the video description. I think there's a couple versions out there on YouTube. I'm gonna listen to the one that's on her YouTube channel, and yeah, I'll let you know what I think today. Great. So yeah, this performance was a lot of fun. It's by Hyun Mook Lim, pianist, who also made this patch for it in PD. And I think based on what I'm seeing in this video, the patch has like 20 samples or so loaded into it, which are triggered randomly whenever it detects a MIDI input of any kind, right? So whenever the pianist plays a chord or a note or anything, a new sample is triggered, and the samples overlap. Like they're all fairly short, but longer than most of the chords and phrases that the pianist is playing. Um, in this version, they decided, like in this performance, they decided to set the volume of the piano lower than the volume of the samples, so it is very noisy and loud. A lot of the samples have music in them too, which is kind of interesting. So there's like the music being played on the keyboard, which is audible, but also the music being triggered and the non-music things being triggered. And yeah, it seems like some of the music used was also composed by Akiko Yamane. Um, Performed on August 4th, 2024 at Ryogoku Monten Hall. You can see in the performance here that the performer is facing away from the audience so that the audience can see this patch on their tablet. Um, yeah, really interesting performance and choice of samples. I like this interpretation. So hopefully my volume wasn't too quiet that whole time when I left my mic on the table there. Um, yeah, so definitely look into this piece if you like what you heard. There's many different ways you could interpret it, and reach out to Akiko if you decide to perform it. I'm sure she'd love to list it somewhere on her website. Tomorrow we're going to look at her state number 3, which was also written in 2022, I believe. Today I'm looking at another text score by Akiko Yamane. It's called State Number 3, and she wrote it in 2022. This one reads, play several arbitrary ready-made pieces at the same time. By ready-made pieces, she means like found pieces of music. Um, we looked at state number 2 yesterday, which also talked about ready-made music. Um, and it was a similar format, just a single page with the text in Japanese and also English. So in the Instagram post she made for this piece, it says premiered by Tatsuki Narita, Ine Jeong, and Takuya Otaki in Kanagawa Kenmin Hall, 10th of September 2022. Oh, and also to give you a sense of how she is categorizing this piece, the hashtags are word score, conceptual music, text score, fluxus, performance art, event score, experimental, capitalism. That last one is of interest. I think Yamane is interested in like capitalist informed music, not necessarily pro-capitalist or anti-capitalist, but something that acknowledges the realities of capitalism in in culture and art, specifically in Japan. Maybe we can find the premiere recording. This is the premiere recording that's on her YouTube channel, which I may as well subscribe to. This piece is one of the series of works that focus on a sound texture, abolishing structure in order to observe the state itself. As an initial motivation, I started this work to capture the oral phenomena that abound in today's high consumption society when one steps out of a concert hall. So far, number 1, number 2, and number 3. I'm not going to read number 1 because we'll get to that later, I think, in the series. In this score, since it is not a quotation from specific works, but rather a decision on a performance basis as to which pieces to layer and how. There are infinite patterns of layering. There are already many works that include ready-made music. The purpose here is to experience one state, that is the layering texture rather than the structure. So, influenced by Lamont Young, in terms of entering into the inner sound, drone or one state. So there's actually a connection here to minimalism, like early American minimalists. So yeah, I'm gonna give this a listen. I encourage you to do the same. It's about 6 minutes long, and the recording is in the video description. Cool. Yeah. So I like how this kind of abruptly ends, and it's like a snapshot of something. Um, it's yeah, very intense performance. All 3 pieces are like kind of stereotypical virtuosic repertoire for their instruments, respective solo instruments. So it's really interesting having like talented classical musicians do this sort of conceptual stuff, but like playing what they're trained to play. And it wasn't what I was expecting, right? With this talk of like capitalism and commodification, but it actually makes perfect sense because classical music is commodified and capitalist, especially in the context of a music school or a concert hall. So yeah, I think that's a really cool way to approach conceptual music. Um, I guess yeah, I'd like to hear other people's opinions if they saw it as meditative or drone-like. Um, but yeah, I'm glad that we explored this and read a little bit more about why these 3 text scores are all called state and what that state actually means. Yeah, so that's it for this one. Okay, so today we're looking at a score by James M. Creed, which is called Piano and Accompaniment, subtitle After an Etude by Camille Saint-Saëns, composer. And then I guess this is citation. After his 6 Etudes, Opus 52, number 2, pour l'indépendance des droits, 1877. And James wrote this in 2021. I'm not sure if it literally quotes the 6 Etudes or if it's inspired by it. The series we're doing right now is Open Instrumentation. This piece isn't exactly open. I think it's pretty implied from the title that it's for piano. But still, it doesn't explicitly say that this is a piano part at the beginning here. So, and later we have an accompaniment part, which is just listed as accompaniment. So that is variable. It's unclear what instrument is playing that. It could be anything really. Um, and it's in a few movements here. So we have the prelude and or postlude to piano and accompaniment, which I'm pretty sure is for piano. It's two staves, treble clef and bass clef. So I would assume it's for some sort of keyboard instrument. Then we have the piece proper, piano and accompaniment. And here we get the actual instrumentation here. So pianist, soft pedal throughout, sustained pedal throughout. Accompanists, 2 to 5 sustaining or blown instruments. So, anything you could think of from an orchestra. And then the bassist could be any sustaining or blown instrument as well, just in a different register. And then the notation, the piano, if they see just like black note heads, they're playing 15 beats per minute. The accompaniment will see these sort of like half note heads, which indicate to move between given pitches freely in the written register in long soft tones, and then the bass voice has whole notes and I guess it's more or less the same as the accompaniment, like you just sustain them a long time, except they can be played an octave lower if you want. That's the only distinction I'm seeing here. So you see the layout here, right? We have these piano chords every 4 seconds, and then a minute in, the accompaniment starts to come in with these notes, which I think it says very sparse. So like, they may not come in all at once. They may enter and exit the texture. Then almost 3 minutes in, we get the bass voices entering. And then it just continues like that for a few pages here. The last page simply says thanks. So in terms of James's notated music, this is sort of like halfway between a conventionally notated piece like his like we looked at his string quartet, and then on the other end of the spectrum his like text pieces which are completely open. I should say, James's scores are all freely available on his website. I downloaded a lot of them. Yesterday I was trying to figure out how many to go over on the channel, and not a lot of them have recordings, like really very few of them. So, even though in my spreadsheet I have a ton of these, and I would love to look at them one at a time, I think it makes a little bit more sense given the channel format to just do the few that we can listen to together, which is but only 4 of them. So hopefully this inspires you to look at those other scores if you're interested. A lot of his text scores, it's like very unclear how they would be performed, if at all, because they're almost like just bits of poetry, just little ideas. And it's really unclear whether or not the composer wants them to be performed. So just keep that in mind. Of course, he has other scores like this, which are more straightforwardly, this looks like a piece of music that you should play with instruments. So yeah, with that, I encourage you to click on the link in the video description so that you can listen along with me to this piece. Okay, so this was a interesting listen. I think I've listened to this once before, but this recording was released on Sawyer Editions, record company by American composer Corey Reeder. So Corey mastered this, and I think both the prelude and the this like complete piano and accompaniment were released there. Let me pull up that album actually. Yeah, so it's the first two tracks, and then there's four other pieces on that album. So the instrumentation they went with, the accompaniment was two violins, or sorry, three violinists, and then the bass voice was James M. Creed on chamber organ. The bass part is really simple. There's just a big long A, and then a G, and then an F, right? So that's sort of like the form. And then you have long stretches of the piece with just piano. Um, yeah, it's very pretty. It's like a white key piece. I'd be curious how it sounds with different accompaniment, like maybe brass or something more colorful. Clearly, there's like a certain aesthetic that James is going for. Like this should be very quiet and contemplative. And if you don't understand what he has in mind, you could definitely give a bad performance of this. But yeah, I think like just having an awareness of this style of experimental music, it's pretty obvious what the piece is supposed to sound like. I didn't listen to the study that it's based on, but I'm assuming it's also a white key thing. Okay, so today's piece is by American composer Michael Winter. It's called To Kill a Monarch, and it's not for completely open instrumentation, it's more variable instrumentation. I'll get to that in a second here. One interesting thing about this score is that I believe the music is generated in Super Collider. If you're not familiar with Super Collider, it's an audio programming language with like a client server kind of model. So it's really good for like live audio programming. And then also that's sort of transcribed by this notation software LilyPond. So yeah, at the end of the score here, we get the Super Collider code and the LilyPond template, so that effectively you could generate the score yourself. It's about like 13 pages of code for the Super Collider stuff. Here's the main code. There's the README, and then here's the thing that's generating the musical data. And I'm assuming there's a LilyPond program after this. This section is called the Sonifier. It's also Super Collider code. This is the transcriber. So I guess this is how you get from Super Collider to LilyPond. I've never actually worked with LilyPond, so I don't know how this works. Here's the GUI, the graphic user interface. So I think if you started up this thing, I'm not going to do a comprehensive review of the piece. Like I'm not going to actually start up this code or anything, but if there's a graphic user interface, I'm assuming there's some parameters that you can change to like get a slightly different output so that the piece is like kind of more algorithmic and variable. Here's the LilyPond stuff. So LilyPond, I guess, uses .ly files. So yeah, there you go. That'll make the score for you. And it's like less than 200 lines of code for the LilyPond stuff. And yeah, what's a good place to go next? Maybe just the score to show you what it looks like. So this is what LilyPond will put out for you. if you put in seed 19800,725, and then there's these, I guess like there's these three things and one other thing, which is marked with an asterisk. So the lowest, I'm assuming this means like, hey, these three instruments, the lowest note of the third one is a C, kind of like a cello. The lowest note of the second one is a C, but an octave higher, kind of like a viola. And then the lowest note of this one is also a C, right? Um, and then there's not really a similar range given for the bottom staff. If we go to the performance notes, I was reading this yesterday. So apparently there's multiple different configurations you can do with this piece, but the three main voices have to be like a similar instrument. So you could do like a solo version where there's only one instrument and they're playing this bottom line, and then these three are just like electronic sounds. Or you could do a trio version where these three uh, are playing what's written, and then this is electronic sounds, just the bottom staff. Or you could do a quartet version where all four of them are instruments, right? So there's, but I'm pretty sure, like, depending on the way you set it up, it could be any instruments. But yeah, just so you're aware, there's no version of this where there's just two people playing, or there's no version of this where there's five people playing. It's either a solo, trio, or quartet. Having all electronics and having it as a fixed media piece is also not acceptable. So that's why I say it's not open instrumentation, it's variable. There's like certain rules you have to follow when you set it up. This is what the GUI looks like. It looks like you are given a nice big like cue where you're supposed to be in the score. And you can start it from any point because it's designed to play the like audio for you. And then there's a mixer section where you can kind of mix each of the three instruments. Then there's two sections called Accompaniment 1, Accompaniment 2, and then there's also a click track for you to follow, which you can change the volume of that, and there's master volume. So, and then in terms of like what you can do with it, I guess it has a seed-based system, so you can set the seed to you can set it to a random seed and then generate the score and then just play along with it. And you can also change the tempo if you need to. So yeah, it seems like there's sort of an infinite number of different scores that can result from this piece. You can also bounce the audio, right? So I guess yeah, there's a transcribe function to Lily Pond, then there's a bounce function if you want to have like a fixed media part rather than something that Super Collider is producing live. Okay, so that's what I've been able to deduce just from the score. Let's get into the actual performance notes here. The original version of the piece was quarter tone bass flute and three string players, so it was a quartet. And then there were two additional electronic accompaniment parts. I guess I neglected that, so there is electronic stuff that is not transcribed. Um, and then this next paragraph is the one I was talking about, where it explains that there can be a trio version or a solo version. I guess this was written for Rebecca Lane, who I'm assuming was the flautist that he worked with in Berlin. And then he has three other friends who contributed to the first performance. They were all cellists, Deborah Walker, Judith Hanman, and Lucy Railton. So it was like cello trio plus bass flute. So I guess like the original intention is like, yeah, we have this quartet, but I could also just put on this piece with the three cellos, or I could just put on this piece with the bass flute. But I think it's more variable than that. I think you could just do it with other instruments. So the first third of the piece is a sort of extended prelude. The rest of the piece is a series of modulations slash interpolations, where each modulation goes from one mode, a gamut of 7 pitches built upon a given root, to another mode built on a different root. The interpolation is governed by an algorithm that models a phenomenon where the rich get richer, such that the more pitches that have been selected from one set of a potential candidate modes, the more likely that candidate will eventually become the destination mode. Once a mode wins, its wealth is effectively stripped and it can no longer persist. So he's using probabilistic rules as metaphors for the accruing of wealth, and for like as a metaphor for like political things. At the beginning of section 1 and each subsection from 2 onward, a key is provided that indicates the current route for each mode, articulated by each of the candidate parts. So maybe that's what we were seeing here. Like, maybe these are the fundamentals at 1.1. They're all C's, and then here are the 7 pitches, which I guess have ratios with the fundamental, right? 9 to 8, 6 to 5, so the pure minor third, the pure major second, 13 to 8, 7 to 4, 3 to 2, 7 to 4. I guess he always mentions what the mode is that way. But if we go to 2.1, I guess we should see another new fundamental. We get a double bar line at 1.43, and then we get 2.1, where the fundamentals are the fundamental of the second instrument stays the same, but the third instrument goes up to the low D, so that fundamental is 9/8, or ratio 9/8. And then the first instrument, the fundamental goes up a fifth to the fundamental G, which is 3/2 relation, right? So that's the new paradigm here. The relationship between instrument 3 and 1 is also 3 to 2, but the relationship of 2 to 1 is 4 to 3. The relationship of 3 to 2 is 9 to 8. You get the idea. And then it changes every time after that point, right? So this next one, then the fundamentals are, I'm just going to list them, D, G, and C in that order. Then they're G, C, and D in that order. Then they're G, C, and G. Then C, G, and F sharp. F sharp, G sharp, F sharp. You get the idea, right? And then the sections are smaller, right? So there's like 43 subsections to the first area. There's only 6 subsections to the second area. Each section should generally have a dynamic crescendo that peaks in the ultimate subsection. So that's what that double bar line is emphasizing. So like in the first section, you should be slowly getting louder from 1.0 all the way to 1.43, where that you're at your loudest, and then we go back to 2, where we're quiet again. And the electronic accompaniment is designed in such a way that it will overpower the other instruments at the end of each major section, is what I'm gathering here. Within each subsection, each part can have a small flourish of activities, which can be articulated through dynamics. The piece may be played at a slower tempo. The default is 60 beats per half note. Do not go slower than 50 beats per half note, though. So very narrow tempo range, I guess. And then he talks about the Super Collider program, and that's it. His output ranges from uh, acoustic instruments to installations to kinetic sculptures. Each piece typically explores one simple process. He's also interested in epistemology, mathematics, information theory, and the history of science. He contemplates that possibly everything is computable, even our experiences, which constitutes sort of a digital philosophy. His work aims to subvert discriminatory conventions and hierarchies by exploring alternative forms of presentation and interaction, often with minimal resources and low information. The second paragraph is more about his collaborations, his professional work. Currently, he's University Professor of Sound and Intermedia at the Gustav Mahler Private Universität for Music in Klagenfurt, Austria, primarily residing in Berlin. And if we look at his CV here, he got his bachelor's in music technology at the University of Oregon, his master's at the California Institute of the Arts, and his PhD at the University of California, Santa Barbara in 2010. And then places he's taught are pretty extensive. He's taught at Cal Arts, University of Virginia, Charlottesville, University of California, Santa Barbara, of course. These were all during his student days. Then he taught at the Art Institute of California, the University of Southern California, the Universidad Federal do Estado de Rio de Janeiro, just as a visiting professor, and now he teaches at the Gustav Mahler Private University. I'm also seeing here that he's worked with Edition Wandelweiser and another timbre, um, and he's been featured at the Huddersfield Music Festival in the UK. So there's like a connection there um, in terms of aesthetic. I'm getting the sense that he's quite leftist. Maybe his writings will illuminate on that. One big essay of his that I think I used for an essay was he writes about Arbor Vitae for string quartet, a piece by James Tenney, like a late piece by James Tenney, which was I think realized through computer code. Um, there's a performance by the Bozzini Quartet, I think, which was this was sort of the essay that led me to discover Michael Winter's music, actually. Um, I didn't know anything about the guy before reading this essay of his. Notes on a new economics for a new music. I think this is probably his manifesto in the experimental music yearbook. A manifesto to the extent possible, proliferate art freely, allow us to abandon our propriety to address problems without giving full solutions, to be marginal half revolutionaries, to fight for a more humane world, by disregarding the traditional former protocols of institutionally sanctioned protests, to rant and rave in hopes that perhaps truly fresh ideas may come to the surface. Yeah, so he sort of underlines how capitalism affects and the current monetary system affects the arts, specifically music. Ultimately, art is art, and its value is not affected by medium tangibility or profiteers that establish markets via its commodification. What is more disconcerting is the infection of the artist with this commodification, the internalization of art as commodity. There's nothing more disturbing than seeing an artist who works solely for money. If you cannot do it for free, for the sheer love of new experiences, please quit now. I don't think I have enough time on this channel to go through all of this, but just to give you a sense of the guy and his political views, because I was kind of gathering that just skimming through his bio just now. And I think I have read some of this article before, which is why it was kind of in the back of my mind. Um, but Definitely living in Texas for 4 years under the Trump and then Biden administrations. I really liked what Michael Winter had to say and was really drawn to his music for this reason as well. But yeah, I haven't listened to it in a long time, any of his stuff really. This is To Kill a Monarch. Link to the recording is in the video description, and yeah, I look forward to listening through this one. Okay, so I hope you listened along today. This was, I didn't realize it, but this is like a sort of electronic mock-up of the piece. As far as I know, it is yet to be performed. So that was something I was thinking about as I was listening to it. I kind of gave up following along with the score around 9.3, 9.2 maybe. I was able to pretty clearly hear the top instrument because it was panned far right, and the asterisk instrument because it was panned far left. But a lot of these sine tone type sounds in these just intervals, they really blend together, so it can be quite hard to pick out every individual voice. Um, the electronic accompaniment was actually pretty extensive, so there's like all kinds of other voices outside of these four, most of them in the upper register. But yeah, it was kind of fascinating, especially the moment where it reached section two. I thought that was a really interesting moment because I was really, for the intro, I was really focusing in on this bottom voice and trying to imagine like a bass flute doing it. Um, and it kind of just has this like sequence of notes that span C3 to B flat 3, right? So you have like this interval that keeps being reiterated, and it all kind of sounds C minor-ish in the first section. But then when we get to the second section, if I can find it here, it starts, all of the voices start wandering in different directions, right? So, um, and quickly you get out of this range in that voice in particular, gets up into onto this A. So yeah, that was a moment where things kind of started derailing or like degrading, exploding, like something is infecting the process, and I think that that really sets the tone for what Michael's trying to say with this metaphor of like monarchs gaining wealth and power and then being overthrown and then another one gains wealth. It's like this thing suddenly starts happening that interrupts the relative uniformity of like what came before it, you know. I think probably the most realistic way to perform it would be with just a bass flute and electronics. Um, but even the bass flute part, there's some really long blows here with with like just a little bit of room to breathe, right? At the end of every line. So I mean, you're out of breath for 30 minutes. I don't know how physically possible it is as an endurance piece for a bass flute. I mean, that's tough. Today's score is by James M. Creed. It's called But Light Now Appearing, and this is what it looks like. Written in summer of 2020. The title is in the top left here in all caps, and then the text continues above this bit of notated music here. And now leaving us, and so off and on. I'm assuming the title and this is quoted from this cited work here. Edmund Burke, A Philosophical Enquiry. And you can see it's just a little bit of stylized notated music. The ties are in the wrong direction in the left hand so that they're all facing down. Also, the staff kind of like continues on a little bit at the end here. I don't know if you can see that, but there's like a bit of an artistic flourish there. So it's something in the way of a text score, but also a notated score. It's a little bit in between. Um, I believe this one is on Bandcamp. That's why I'm doing it. So I think it's in this album at the bottom here called South Cote. Yeah, there's two versions of it, two interpretations of it. One of them is for electronics, and it's 4 minutes 48 seconds, and then another track on the same album is a piano interpretation, which lasts 4 minutes or 3 minutes and 54 seconds. I'm not exactly sure how this is interpreted, so I guess we'll find out just listening today. We're going to look up this text that's being referenced. Philosophical Enquiry into the Origin of Our Ideas of the Sublime and Beautiful is a treatise on aesthetics by Edmund Burke. It was the first complete philosophical exposition for separating the beautiful and the sublime into their own respective categories. Diderot and Kant were both interested by it. According to Burke, the beautiful is that which is well-formed and aesthetically pleasing, whereas the sublime is that which has power to compel and destroy us. And then this preference of the sublime over the beautiful marks the transition from the neoclassical to the romantic era. Um, so, yeah, that's very interesting. So, not sure if Creed's work here is meant to be romantic or to have something to do with romanticism in music, but there is a connection there. Yeah, I'm gonna spend 10 minutes here listening to these two versions, and I'll let you know what I think. Feel free to pause the video now to listen to them yourself. Okay, yeah, so I rather liked these two interpretations. They were more or less what I expected after listening to James M. Creed's piano studies and similar things. The first one, the electronics version, is just a field recording with a bird very prominently in the foreground, and you get some traffic noise. And then the piano version is like a very lo-fi recording of the composer playing it at the piano, and they repeat it over and over again. This last chord is usually quieter than the preceding phrase, right? And then I think the final playthrough is quieter than the previous ones, so there's this like sort of uh, fading into the distance kind of thing going on. I think it's interesting that it closes the album. Um, yeah, kind of. It's kind of interesting. Like, it's clearly something that's made for a Bandcamp album. Like, it's clearly made for an album. So there's like this sort of medium that is not really made for performance art, but this text score is being explored in that medium. Um, yeah, that's all I have to say about that one. We're gonna do two more James M. Creed scores, I think, and I think at least one of them is on this. Both of them are also on this album, I think. So we're just gonna kind of explore this album one piece at a time over the next few days, and then keep working backward. Okay, so today I'm gonna be listening to Dear Isle by James M. Creed. This PDF is freely available on his website. The recordings today are on his Bandcamp album South Cote. Um, and yeah, this is a piece from 2018, which he revised in 2020. It's composed of three scores, which are a combination of conventional notation and text. So you can kind of think of them as text scores, or just like something for seemingly any instrument, though the two staves and the brace highly suggest a type of keyboard instrument, probably a piano. And I think all three of them have just these measures with whole notes in them, like chords. So the first one is titled Dear Isle 1, John Marin in Maine. And the text reads, I was only there a day, a while back now. Dear Isle 2 is subtitled Every Summer from the First. Here the text breaks up the music rather than just being placed underneath, although I'm not sure that it would be all the same. And then Dear Isle 3, we go back to the text underneath the notated music, but here the notated music is broken up in a bit of a different way. Yeah, here it's like they're the same length, but just the lower one is scooched over a little bit. And then in Dear Isle 3, they're both different lengths, and the second one is indented. And this one, the text just reads, Still, I'd like to go back there one day. And the subtitle for Dear Isle 3 is mostly watercolors. So if we read through all of the scores back to back, maybe it says something. I was only there a day a while back now, although I'm not sure that it would be all the same. Still, I'd like to go back there one day. So I guess it's sort of like is one big text. John Marin might be referring to this modernist painter who does use watercolors, right? And he's a landscape painter. So yeah, it might be referring to this painting by John Marin, 1927, or it could be referring to this series of paintings by John Marin. So yeah, we all have this sort of like reference to paintings. We also have this text to work with and some notated music. Okay, so we have versions of the first three for electronics. It's going to take a while to listen today, I think. And then we have all three of them again, but for piano. So maybe I will do this in 2 sessions because I kind of have to get going to my second job here. But yeah, I'll listen to the electronics first and report back. And then I'll listen to the piano stuff. I encourage you to go to this album and listen along. This Dear Isle piece actually takes up the majority of the album, it looks like. Okay, so yeah, these recordings ended up being quite intimate. It's definitely a vibe, although I'm a little bit too sleepy to be engaging with this type of music. But yeah, the two interpretations. So the electronics version, I believe, was just like sine tones held for a duration on each chord. I couldn't tell if the tuning was equal temperament or what it was, but it had a lot of beating in it, and it was kind of like presented in dual mono, I think. Like I could not place where all the voices were, so very minimalistic. And then similarly, the piano version was kind of lo-fi recording of this out of tune piano. In the piano performance, I think it was all one performance, and in the first two Dear Isles, each chord is repeated 4 times, about 2 seconds each time. And then the third one, each chord was repeated 8 times, so the third one is actually quite a long meditative one. I think I prefer the acoustic version, I have to say. I was kind of hoping that there would be something more creative done with the interpretation, like maybe just interpreting the text. But I also think it's interesting that we just have two different instrumentations of the same thing, which speaks to the series we're in right now, which is open instrumentation. Um, I think along the lines of James's like aesthetic, you could also do this with maybe plucked strings, like guitars or something. Um, I mean, if you give the chords enough space and play them quietly and delicately enough, I feel like you could kind of use any instrumentation for this. Um, but piano is the most obvious, I think. So, yeah, that was Dear Isle. The last one we're gonna look at, I think, is Lomond, which is really, really well performed. There's tons of recordings of that one, so not sure which recording I'll go with. We could just keep listening to this same Bandcamp album for that one, and yeah, that'll be that. Well, today's piece is Lomond by James M. Creed. This is a piece for variable instrumentation, and it's a single chord. Uh, uh, I guess the notes would be G, C, D, E, F, and A. And then there's this text, which is sort of like instructions on how to perform it or not perform it. One thing I really like about this piece is it's like got a ton of performances on different instruments, so it's a really good example of variable instrumentation as a sort of genre. There's a piano version, an electronics version, you could say. Um, there's a version for mixed virtual ensemble, and then a version for electric guitar, version for flute, bass clarinet, two pianos, violin, and viola and vibraphone, and then a version for reed organ. Mind you, three of these are the composer playing. Um, and then, yeah, I guess there's another planned version here. So the text reads, see, this is just the song folded up together into a neat parcel. It's a letter fashioned into its own envelope. All of it is still in there, it's just pocket-sized now. Not that it was all that big before. People have been carrying it around for years, of course. Really, I've done nothing at all worth talking about, just a little folding up. I should probably say that it'll sound a bit different, though, but I suppose you can see that already. You might have to listen carefully for a while, but that's a nice way to listen, isn't it? I think so, at least. It'll take a bit of patience, and then you might hear it, or you might not. Or you might find something else instead. But that would be just as good, wouldn't it? The only other thing I'll say, though, I'm not sure what I should, is that it's not really a chord. It's just some notes happening together. It's the song on pause and play at the same time. I'm not sure that made sense. All I mean is that it's not so much about balancing them as letting them balance themselves, or letting them not balance themselves. It's about being careful, but not because it's fragile. The opposite, I suppose. Maybe I've said too much, or maybe I just haven't said anything useful. Well, either way, here it is. Feel free to ignore all of this. I think I'm just going to listen to the versions on this album, South Cote, which we've been listening to the past couple of episodes. I've heard the reed organ version before, and I think possibly the piano version before, but this is the piano version and the electronics version. So, link to both is in the video description. I encourage you to listen to them, and yeah, I'll let you know what I think of these. And hopefully, this is inspiring for you as either a composer or a performer to do similar kinds of work. Um, yeah. Okay, so my thoughts on these two recordings. I don't see any sense in pulling up the score or anything, but yeah, I thought they were sort of like, I mean, it was the composer interpreting it both times, so it was sort of like almost a bit of a guide on how to interpret it from the composer, I felt. Um, the electronics version was sort of just like sine tones all the way through, but actually the silence at the end was quite powerful, I felt. And then the piano version, I liked how for the most part he was repeating the chord, and sometimes one or two notes would be played on their own after. And of course, like every time you play that chord, there's going to be some notes that are louder, some notes that are quieter, so makes you kind of aware of the physicality of playing. And I don't know if it's really about that though, based on like some of Creed's scores that we've looked at. I think he's more interested in like the performer's experience, what's going on in their head, and the practice of listening. So in that sense, like I wasn't really sure what to get out of a recording of this. I think a better experience would just be to go play it myself. Um, but yeah, so it's like, what do you do with the interpretation or recording? Is it more just like a record of something that happened or a memory? It brings up a lot of interesting questions, which other pieces, more conventional pieces, don't really make you think about. So I think that was a good one to end on by James M. Creed. Those are all the scores of his that I can find recordings for, but I downloaded a ton of other ones. So yeah, we won't be really getting to those. I think tomorrow I'm going to look at another Michael Winter piece. This one is not completely, it's not like going to be completely open instrumentation, but sort of like for guitarist and accompaniment. So like the accompaniment is more variable, but like guitar and sustaining instruments kind of thing. And yeah, that sort of will get us into the 2019 sort of area, I think, after that, and we'll keep working our way backwards. Today I'm going to be exploring a score by composer Michael Winter, which he wrote about the George Floyd protests and Black Lives Matter. At least it was inspired by those real events, real world events. It's called Counterfeiting in Colonial, Connecticut, and he wrote it in 2020 for obvious reasons. It's for guitar and sustaining instruments. The sustaining instruments are kind of a variable aspect to the score. And I believe there's also some sort of like live reading or narration. So the structure of the score, we have the sort of like performance notes, program notes. Then we are introduced to the graphic user interface and the electronic component of the piece. It's a piece of generative music, and then we get into the score proper. It seems long, but it really goes at a clip. And this score is generated uh, in Super Collider, Let me just skip ahead to that. And it's notated with this program called Lily Pond. So there's a sort of Lily Pond code at the end, I think, and then this code here is like the various super collider patches. It's kind of similar to the last Michael Winter piece we looked at. And there's also this appendix, which I skipped past. Which I believe is what is being read. Excerpts from Counterfeiting in Colonial, Connecticut by Kenneth Scott, reprinted from this link. So this is the document in question, Numismatic Notes and Monographs, number 140, published by the American Numismatic Society, New York, 1957. And these are the excerpts. So William Barker and Samuel Munn, it sort of details how in 1712 both men passed altered bills of credit, and then the subsequent complaint. Here's a short one that maybe I could just read out loud here. Joseph Holmes of Hatfield in Hampshire County, Massachusetts, was indicted at the Supreme Court in Hartford on September 1st, 1761, for having on August 29th at Middletown passed off 5 counterfeit Spanish-milled dollars, one to Samuel Starr, one to Thomas Danforth, one to Matthew Talcott, and 2 to Abigail Shaler. He pleaded guilty and was sentenced to have his right ear cut off, to be given 25 lashes on the naked body, and to pay costs of £14, 9 shillings 9 pence. I started writing this piece with the intention to set readings of excerpts from the book Counterfeiting in Colonial, Connecticut, written by Kenneth Scott and published by the American Numismatic Society in 1957. I was intrigued by the stories and the dry, austere nature of Scott's accounts. My original intentions were transformed by 2 major crises that occurred during the development of this piece: the COVID-19 pandemic and protests sparked by the death of George Floyd, a black man brutally murdered by police. I decided to add the possibility of complementing readings from the Scott Compendium with readings of text reflecting my experience during that time in which the piece was written. So I guess he had already started on the project before these things happened. I was reluctant to connect George Floyd with counterfeiting and colonialism. Floyd was being arrested for allegedly using a counterfeit $20 bill, and his murder, as well as the pandemic, clearly demonstrated that inequalities accepted in colonial times have persisted. As such, the use of texts about counterfeiting in colonial America acquired a whole new meaning and gravity. However, these coincidences and connections are actually quite apt. The systems enforced and perpetuated by governments today in 2020, capitalism, democracy, communism, are counterfeit. They are fraudulent implementations of ideas manipulated to satisfy greed, but traded as currency for the good of the people. Far more dangerous than the relatively benign act of passing a counterfeit $20 bill. In a more humane system, George Floyd would still be alive, and a pandemic would demonstrate the resilience of our society rather than expose systemic inequalities within it. The music of this piece was written using a coin press as a central metaphor. The underlying variables in the computer program that generate the piece vary slightly within and between each section, like variations and errors in the minting of coins. Yeah, there's a guitar part, 2 accompaniment parts, high and low, which, as I said before, are variable. There's optional electronic interludes and readings of texts. So all accompanying parts can be played by real instruments, or they can be electronically synthesized using the Super Collider program that I talked about earlier. The tempo should be determined by the guitarist so that it can be comfortably played. You can kind of see in the score that it is just constant playing, right? So for very long stretches, you are required to play all these notes, most of them many of them off the beat, right? And there's nothing repetitive about it. It's just like this generative, like algorithmic thing. It keeps going and going. So yeah, you have to be able to comfortably read that and play it. So the score is divided into sections and subsections, which can be played in any order. The piece should be at least 10 minutes though. And any section may occur multiple times. Any hollow body guitar may be used. The open strings are tuned as follows. The low E is down a whole step to D. The A is 2 cents sharp. The D is tuned normally. The G is tuned down to F sharp minus 14 cents. So that's sort of like the pure third, major third above D. The B string is tuned down to A, but minus 47 cents. So this would be like, I mean, the ratio given here is 35 to 12. I'm not sure what partial of the harmonic series that would be. I guess partial 35. And then the E is tuned down to C minus 31 cents. So that's like your, you know, that's your major seventh from the harmonic series, or your minor seventh from the harmonic series, basically. So the score is not written with cent deviations in there. It's just approximated, but you're given the string numbers with every note so that you know where you're supposed to be playing each note. The high accompaniment may be transposed down an octave. The part oscillates between 2 pitches every subsection. The low part consists of 2 voices that always sound together. The 2 tones are kind of a unison, although they may deviate, it looks like, in frequency. So that there's like beating created, basically. Probably best demonstrated by the electronic part, but you would have to match that as best as you can with an acoustic instrument. I guess with ideally 2 instruments, it would be hard to kind of sing and play at the same time like that, but I could imagine. Well, let's see what it looks like. Yeah, sort of like in vocal range ish. So that you're trying to produce a beating, I guess like 5.4 ish per second or something. So maybe on a tuba or a euphonium you could play these notes and sing the pitch that's slightly higher. In any case, I think it'd be very difficult to do. Maybe if you were listening to the electronic part while playing, you could try to match that. So you can read the stuff we were looking at earlier from the Counterfeiting in Colonial, Connecticut book. Or you could read any other account from the same book. I guess the ones in the appendix are just suggested. Also, you should be reading these other texts related to Black Lives Matter. So, for example, you could read, the police officer continued to kneel on his neck, even though he was pleading that he could not breathe. 8 minutes and 46 seconds in total. It was so clearly murder. From Mark, email subject, death drop into Karachi. Have you been following this? So crazy. At first it was so strange seeming. The crew would land with no gear and be so baffled as to bounce 3 times on the engines before attempting a go-around. But look at this insane approach. Suddenly everything makes sense. They hadn't even grabbed the IL's signal, much less got their speed, sync rate, altitude, configuration, etc. under control. By the time the landing gear warning sounded, as heard in ATC audio, it could have been an over-limit warning for any number of factors. Wipe down the seat with disinfectant, mask on properly, don't touch your face. Get through security as fast as possible once you arrive in Atlanta. So yeah, I rather like these. It's actually really interesting interesting piece, and it seems to be very variable. Like you can really curate it and do what you want with it. Okay, well, that's probably enough about that. Let's have a look at the recording that's available on Michael's website. Okay, link to this recording is in the video description. I'll find the actual SoundCloud link, and yeah, let's have a listen to this and sort of remind ourselves of what it was like in America in 2020. Okay, so I hope you took the time to listen to this recording today. I think this project was, done remotely during the pandemic. This recording doesn't seem to be a live recording, and somewhere on here he says, yeah, recording forthcoming. This is just excerpts of it, so maybe there is a larger recording out somewhere. Um, he has the program notes here again, and actually they are in the recording itself, which I thought was interesting. So the piece is like self-referential. Um, I like that the top voice was taken by a piccolo part, so Gemma Munoz played that. Um, and yeah, the combination of sort of microtonal electric guitar, well, not electric guitar, but maybe steel string guitar and piccolo, I thought that was a really interesting combination, at least in the context of a mastered mixed recording. And then I think some sort of string bass was doing the lower voice, which now that I think of it makes the most sense. I don't think there's a lot of other instruments that could do that easily for long periods of time. So, and the way that it's notated, it's sort of like you let it ring. So I think, yeah, maybe bass, even though it's technically for any sustaining instrument, maybe bass makes the most sense. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's like a mostly reading text and is like what takes up most of the piece, but there's also it's interchanged with these really poignant bits of music. I don't quite see the metaphor of like minting coins, um, but I do think that the tone of the music really fits the text being spoken somehow, and it's a very compelling piece. I would like to see more of it. I'd like to see some live performances. And yeah, also the guitarist slash bassist in this performance is Elliot Simpson, I should mention. Yeah, Michael and Mandy Todarian read some of the texts, as did Elliot Simpson. So cool. Um, Let me see what is next. I haven't pulled up the spreadsheet in a while. I actually decided to include that one kind of last minute because I realized I had the score and it wasn't a guitar piece, it's an open instrumentation piece more so. Tomorrow, if I think there is a recording online, I'm gonna listen to our first Jordan Noble score. He's a Canadian composer based in Vancouver, I think. Um, so yeah, that'll be a piece from 2019. Today I'm listening to a piece by Canadian composer Jordan Nobles. It's our first Jordan Nobles piece. I have a lot of his scores because he did this like audio or the spatial music workshop. And I guess because I applied to it, I was invited to attend this sessions, even though I didn't actually get into the workshop. So, anyways, I attended the first session and he gave everyone a bunch of scores. So I have all these scores of his. A number of them are for variable or open instrumentation. So that's why we're getting to them in this series. This one is called Chiaroscuro, and it's an open score for spatialized chamber ensemble, which implies instruments. Originally premiered in 2014. Uh, this revised version was premiered in 2019. The program note is just this quote of Ursula K. Le Guin: "To light a candle is to cast a shadow." It can be performed by any mixed chamber ensemble of at least 5 or more players, uh, with the intention of orchestral instruments mainly. There is no score for the work, only parts. Each musician is given various cells to perform. They can play them in any order, even switching among them as desired, but they must play each note at the designated time according to a stopwatch or a timer. So everybody has a stopwatch on stage. What cells to play and when to play them should be decided by each musician independently. Players can pause at any time to breathe, or listen to the rest of the ensemble. Recommended duration is 10 minutes, but that's also open. It's spatialized, so it should be around the audience, like this nice graphic here. And I guess he does have parts for specific instruments. So yeah, I guess it could be any. Well, let's just go through the parts to see what he's given here. So there's a guitar part, a vibraphone part, a piano part, a glockenspiel part, a piccolo part, alto flute, bass flute, oboe, English horn, clarinet and B flat, bass clarinet, bassoon, trumpet, trombone, violins, viola, cello, and bass. So I guess it could be any combination of those instruments. So any number of them. It's pretty specific, actually. Just glancing at the parts. So the guitar, for example, has these chords to play. Um, and it's sort of laid out in a grid, right? So it's like you can play any one of these chords at 0 seconds, and then you move on to the next column. And then you could also play these augmented triads, I guess. You can start any minute into the piece, but if it has like a colon 20 above it, you can only start like 20 seconds after the minute, right? So everyone's entrances are going to be like 10 seconds after, or 20 seconds after, or 30 seconds after, right? In these intervals of 10. But it can go on for however many minutes you want, I guess, is the point. Um, and then he sort of indicates like some of these things can go on indefinitely, or some of them you only play them once. Some of them should you arpeggiate them for around 10 to 20 seconds. Um, so I guess that sort of gives you a sense of how it progresses. It's sort of like 10 seconds is kind of like the minimal interval at which things occur. So quite slow. And every part seems to have a combination of these things, like chords, which you just play once, arpeggios, which you do for a certain amount of time, and then sometimes they get melodies or pulses, which also last a certain number of 10 seconds. Um, yeah, it's definitely unique. It looks pretty creative. Obviously, the instruments that can't play chords, they have long tones. It looks like some of the wind instruments have um, multiphonics they can play, but it's not notated in a way where you're given a fingering, so I'm not sure if those are multiphonics or what. Looks like the trombone will be sliding around a bit, possibly. The strings don't have much other than single notes. So they're going to be more like long held tone kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know what this is gonna look like in performance. I think the recording on YouTube is over half an hour long. I think it would be cool to do this with like 10 guitars or something like that instead. 10 guitars and one piccolo or just something weird. But I don't think that's the way that traditionally it's been performed. At least I don't know even know if there's more than two performances of it out there. I think this is the revised one. Um, so yeah. Oh yeah, this is also our first Jordan Nobles episode, so let me pull up his biography. Juno Award winning composer, Jordan Nobles. If you're not aware, the Junos are just like the Grammys, but for Canada. He is known for creating music filled with an unearthly beauty that makes listeners want to close their eyes and transcend into a cloud of music. You won the Azrieli Music Prize in 2024. Juno Award in 2017, a Western Canada Music Award in 2018. Uh, this other competition slash festival in Australia. Uh, and he received an award, prestigious award from SOCAN, which is a performing rights organization. It's the equivalent of ASCAP in Canada. And yeah, as far as I can tell, he's sort of been like based in Vancouver his whole life. Um, I guess, yeah, just living off of commissions and awards. Uh, a lot of these awards are from like the oldest ones are from like 2011 or so. He's an associate of the Canadian Music Center and a member of the Canadian League of Composers. Um, yeah, and then if you look at his performances, I think there's a lot of choir stuff. His CV doesn't say much about his education, at least not what I'm seeing here. So he seems more focused on presenting, like, his discography, which is actually all of it is on Redshift Records, and his performances and uh, his catalogs here at the end. Lots of variable duration stuff. Um, so I imagine a lot of those are longer length performances. Yeah, I he seems like an interesting guy. We're gonna listen to a lot more of his music because I do have a lot of his scores. So I guess this will be the sort of introduction to it. Um, for those of you outside of Canada, maybe this will be a nice window into the Vancouver contemporary music scene. I'll just put a link to this recording in the video description for those interested. And the rest of the video today, as always, is going to be my thoughts after hearing it for the first time with the score. Okay, so my thoughts on this recording. I think it was pretty chill. Not very easy to follow along with the score, so I didn't really bother. It's just a bunch of parts. I think it'd be a really unique experience to hear it spatialized around you, around oneself. It got a little, I mean, the one thing that kind of unified the piece, might have made it a bit repetitive for some, was just the fact that every sonic event started like 10 seconds at a time, right? Every 10 seconds there was some sort of sonic event, which I think was more successful when it was like uh, little like glockenspiel and vibraphone things towards the end, when it's like just a scattering of notes that are vibrating and they all have a sharp attack. It kind of works. When it's just like a sustained chord, I don't feel like it works as much. So, I mean, take that opinion as you want. It may inform how you decide to program this piece if you do. Um, this is what the album looks like. Um, I guess Redshift Records is closely affiliated with Jordan Nobles. This was funded by the Canada Council for the Arts and Factor, which is um, yeah, I forget what the abbreviation is for Factor, but they fund all kinds of music production type things in Canada. So yeah, that's my thoughts on Chiaroscuro, a pretty evocative title and piece. Um, and I think it fits neatly into the variable slash open instrumentation series, kind of a unique approach with just the parts and no score kind of thing. Um, the piece tomorrow, I think, is another Yamane piece. So, yes, we're looking at her text score, Kawaii. Today's piece is Kawaii, Winky Face by Akiko Yamane, which she wrote in 2019. It's a text score. The performance instructions: produce Kawaii sound from subjective feeling, use your own musical instrument with or without any additional items slash material. Kawaii can be performed in any duration. And then there's this write-up about what the term kawaii means to Yamane as a Japanese composer. People's senses are different for each, like how performers and audiences feel, and to be precise, these can be affected by their physical condition, mood, environments, and other elements, and they sometimes transform. In this work, I actualize the momentary sense to create the communication of performers and between performed sound and audience. Through this communication, people may experience different, varied senses of others and may or may not feel sympathy, to imagine and to get closer in a way. Kawaii is an immature and attractive Japanese originated word. It has an aspect to refuse maturity, which has not admired expression in Western classical music, in which integrated fineness and sublime are much valued, not in persisting nor persuading away, but presenting momentary subjective feeling of performer in music to the audience. I pose the question, creating a communicative environment. Kawaii is delicate and opposite sense to aggressiveness of today's classical music experience, that we live hectically in demanded financial efficiency and lots of competitions. Carefully focusing on this particular feeling with affection, it can be an affectionate moment and creates interactive creation and discovery of senses of individuals and the other, thinking about how their feelings can be exchanged. So that's the English translation. The following page is the Japanese. So if you speak Japanese, I highly encourage you to read this, as it's the it's going to be more accurate than the translation. But I'm seeing a lot of interesting things in this write-up, like talking about phenomenology and sense. So sort of like the sensing of other musicians, how like a word like kawaii can affect our senses. And also there's this like dichotomy that Yamane is posing between um, like pop culture and classical music, right? Kawaii is from Japanese pop culture. It's highly commodified and capitalistic. Classical music is just as capitalistic, but it's more masculine, aggressive, uh, competitive, things like that. And I think it's interesting that she talks about affection too. So, like, how affectionate can we be? Or I guess, like, the word kawaii prompts us to, it means cute. So, prompts us to think, like, to be affectionate towards the thing that is cute, right? Prompts us to be maybe more maternal or paternal. Um, so I think that's kind of interesting too. Um, the recording today, I've listened to it before, pretty recently actually. It's this version by 5 players. It's kind of a free improv. The performers are Sumihisa Arima on electronics, I guess mostly synthesizers, Masanori Oishi on saxophone, Maki Ota on voice, Aki Kuroda on piano, Gaku Yamada on guitar, performed in January of 2020, so right before the pandemic, at Toyonaka Performing Arts Center, Osaka. Um, yeah, um, so I have a link to this video in the description. I encourage you to listen to this. Today I'm actually just going to go to the gym first and listen to this after. Um, and the next half of the video now is going to be sort of like my thoughts on it. Again, I've already listened to this recording. I know that I like it, but we'll see how I feel about it today. Okay, so I changed my mind and listened to a recording I haven't heard before of this piece. This is by the Crazy Gal Orchestra. Um, it's a 4-minute version. Um, I thought they did a pretty good job. Like the conductor does a good job of sort of being very showy, and they have like a clear cue to start the piece and wrap it up. Um, I liked the use of like melodica and uh, I think clarinet mouthpiece at some point and like piccolo. Um, I don't know, it was a very busy performance. Like I don't know if this group has the most experience doing free improv. Um, so yeah, it was just generally very busy, but I think the melodica sound throughout was a nice through line, and there are some like playful visual gags and elements in it, and I did like the whole spirit of the thing. Curious what the rest of the concert looked like that it was on. The Crazy Gal Orchestra, just looking into them, they are based in Kyoto and Osaka. Um, so the members prefer to play orchestral instruments and listen to classical music. They bring their own gal minds and pursue positive self-expression based on their beliefs. Currently, they're mainly engaged in research and performance of works by women. So just based on like where they're based in Japan and their mandate, and the fact that it's like an all-girl orchestra, I think is really appropriate for this piece. Which is there's like a lot of like femininity obviously behind all things kawaii. So it's an interesting sort of thing that they chose to explore. And also they're supporting Yamane's work, which I think is really important. Uh, they're no, they're not shy from having merchandise. So if you're interested, they have keychains and stickers and things. Um, yeah, it's kind of interesting to see what is going on in the classical world in Japan. A little bit more interesting than what I'm seeing here in Canada, where I live. Okay, so today I'm investigating this text score by Akiko Yamane from 2018. It's called State Number One. We've looked at her State Number Two and State Number Three. Um, and this one reads, play the actual pachinko machine by one or more performers. I'll just pull up what a pachinko machine is if you're not familiar. Basically, it's like these gambling machines with the pegs. Yeah, it's a mechanical game that originates in Japan. Kind of has the same function as a slot machine. There's a unique relationship with gambling. Like this Wikipedia is saying that gambling is illegal in Japan, but low stakes pachinko has continued to be popular, and there's like a legal loophole that allows it to exist. You have these huge pachinko parlors. Here's a really old antique one. You know, it's basically like you drop a marble through a bunch of pegs until it lands in one of the columns at the bottom. So yeah, this is like a piece of Japanese culture. Here, Yamane is asking musicians or performance artists to play it, and this is sort of like in the tradition of the Fluxus movement, where you have these open scores. We'll see what kind of interpretations are out there on YouTube. One thing I've enjoyed about these pieces by Yamane is they are well performed. Hyunmook Lim has this one called State, this video. Uh, and actually, this video is all 10 states by Yamane, but we're just going to watch the first one, which is about 4 minutes. Link to this is in the video description, and I'll let you know what I think. Okay, yeah, so this was an interesting recording and performance. It's sort of like there's like a lot of ambient noise in the pachinko parlor, right? And this particular pachinko machine has like an anime girl that's talking to you throughout, but quickly any sort of like communication between the person and the machine becomes kind of repetitive and robotic. And this person plays a slot machine a lot in 4 minutes. It's just like constant. Um, and the performance doesn't feel natural. It feels like purposeful or something. I don't know. Uh, Not sure if this one would make more sense in a concert hall. A lot of the other states like really encourage you to play instruments. But this one I think kind of works better as a site specific, almost like happening or deep listening exercise. There's this like subtitle here in the video, several ways and states to listen to overlapping worlds. So if you decide to approach the rest of this video and all these other states, maybe think about that. Like these are like different worlds that people inhabit, or different like artificial worlds that you can create through performance, kind of thing. The act of performing, the act of listening. All right, so today we're looking at Matthew Burtner's Threnody from 2019. Yeah, so this piece is for ensemble and glacier ecoacoustics. It's about 8 minutes long. Indeterminate instrumentation, so variable instrumentation. Uh, this piece is a pretty big one. It was composed at the request of the U.S. State Department to be performed during President Obama's 2015 visit to Alaska. Matthew Burtner is an American composer based in Alaska, for those of you who don't know. It was first presented as an installation in the Anchorage Museum of Art, as music emanating from inside an 800-pound block of glacier ice. Collaborative sculpture created by architect Garrett Burtner. Maybe there's a relation, I don't know. The sound was also used as interstitial music during Obama's Glacier Conference. The original soundtrack version of the piece without live instrument was published as Glacier Music by Parma Records. The ensemble version was created later so that the music could have a concert life with live musicians, right? So I guess it existed as a electroacoustic piece. When he says it was presented as an installation, it was, I guess, speakers. Okay, so So the name Sequigvik, an Inupiaq word meaning the time of ice melting, is the title of Burtner's first ecoacoustic piece from 1997. This Threnody commemorates the unprecedented and brutal loss of ice since the 1990s, a scale of melting we did not imagine was possible. Uh, okay, and this is what the score looks like. You have three staves, two in treble clef, one in bass clef. The top stave or staff has to be performed at pitch. You can see these are really long held tones because the first two happen over 15 seconds, and by the end of the line, we're a minute into the piece. And then these other two staves, they can be played in any octave, but for the sake of reading, if you are more used to reading bass clef, you can read the bottom staff. Uh, and there's this performance indication to stagger breathe and to stagger bow, to rest between notes, to fade in and out. So it's going to be kind of like multiple voices playing the same notes, probably. The texture should not become too dense, and the glacier sounds and electronics should always be audible. So there's a fixed media component, which I guess is recordings of ice melting. And everything is quietly performed. So there is like a low dynamic level for the whole thing. Yes, and notably there is a 40-second silence for the ensemble, and then there's also this repeated thing towards the end of the piece in box notation. If you're interested in this composer, Matthew Burtner, we've already done an episode on him, so I will refer you to this episode if you would like to get his biography and like basic info on the guy. I'm gonna just say a few things about the recording I'm about to listen to, and then we will get into it. Okay, so this recording is on the composer's YouTube channel, and it's the Charlottesville Symphony. So it's a whole orchestra performing from this one score here. In this case, every musician would have a copy of the score, right? So, yeah, let's just listen to this version. Maybe this is sort of like, maybe it is intended for a large ensemble. We'll see if it works. Link to this is in the video description, and I'll see you in 10 minutes. So I thought this was a pretty accessible, interesting little work. It goes to show that, this variable instrumentation kind of format can be really useful even in contexts like transcribing a sound installation for instruments, or making something that is like a piece of public art, um, and then putting it in the concert hall. I think that's basically what's going on here. I didn't realize this is a calving event. If you imagine like ice calves from a glacier like falling off into the water, that's what's happening here while the orchestra is silent, and the music that follows it is not that much different from the music that precedes it, but I think that the event does kind of change the way that the performers approached the improvising the piece. So I thought that was kind of interesting. It sounded a lot darker. There was a lot of lower sonorities and more dissonant, like they dwelled on more dissonant things after the calving event, whereas before it was a little bit more like spacious and people were more respectful of each other's space. I think it's a very interesting thing. Like, what do you do with that event, right? It's obviously a commentary on climate change based on the program note, but how do you make it about climate change when the music is so like simple and basic? It's all white keys effectively, except for some B flats. So there's some E flats, I guess, after the calving event, but Yeah. So kind of interesting. Not totally my cup of tea, but I think it does add some variety to the open instrumentation series. And it's not uh, debatable whether or not it's open instrumentation. Like it definitely is. Um, you could do this with like 12 trombones and it would be a valid performance. So, as long as there's one instrument that can hit these notes that are at pitch, I think the highest one is, I don't know, the high B flat or maybe the C6. So, I mean, lots of instruments can hit that. Tomorrow, we're going back to some composers we've already looked at, I think. This is the only Matthew Burtner on the open instrumentation series. But yeah. Okay, so the next one is a piece by Michael Winter. It's for plucked strings. I think it's almost always performed on guitar, but technically it is open to other plucked strings. So that's what we'll look at tomorrow. So today I'm going to be listening to Necklaces by American composer Michael Winter. This is a piece for plucked strings. It's technically a variable instrumentation piece because it can be any plucked strings. Guitar is how it's been performed in the past and probably makes the most sense, but you could do any plucked string instrument, I would assume. So this is what the notation looks like. It'll make sense in a second, just bear with me. So in the provided score, each cell indicates a picking pattern given by tablature, where each line represents one of 4 strings. The ring around a cell is an alternative representation where the numbers starting from the number centered above the tablature and moving clockwise correspond to the strings of the picking pattern. So for example, the first one, you just keep plucking string 0. Then the next pattern, you go 0, 1, 0, 1, then 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1. Eventually you get all 4 strings. You get patterns like 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 3, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 3. Actually, that's not all of the strings. It's just 3 of the 4. But what's a good example? This pattern here is 0, 1, 0, 2, 3, 2, 0, 1, 0, 2, 3, 2, etc. So each string is tuned to the same pitch with very slight detunings acceptable, and they may be played open or stopped. And the piece is just like constantly plucking throughout. So rhythmically and dynamically, it's just this pulse. Obviously, as a performer, you're not going to be able to do that perfectly, so those imperfections are going to become noticeable as the piece progresses. And then the tempo should be comfortably fast so that it's kind of this uniform picking. On a guitar, you'd be picking with your fingers like this. Each cell should be repeated at least 5 times. It can be played just on its own for a solo instrument. It can be played with a accompaniment of electronics. That fixed media part is called quieting rooms and is also a standalone piece. And then it can also be accompanied by some other instrument, for example, a piano, or anything else that can sort of play those notes with a sharp attack an octave lower and sustained. So yeah, I don't know what else you would use other than piano for that. Maybe another keyboard instrument or a double bass or something. In the latter two, the accompaniment starts well before the entrance of the main string player. So I'm assuming that the four different strings would be of different thicknesses, so there is a timbral difference that you can hear. Obviously, also on guitar, like your four fingers you're using are gonna have different weights to them and angles. I guess if this was on a harp or something, you would have like maybe four strings like this, and then like the action itself is gonna change the timbre, I guess. The cells in the score represent all possible unique picking patterns of four strings. That's it. So there you go. And it's basically that's why there's this notation around it. It's like in base 4, basically. Kind of interesting. Then the piece quieting rooms, so that electronic part, can be produced by this super collider code, which is provided at the end of the score. And the score itself is quite short, right? It's like 2 pages. But you can imagine if you're repeating these things over and over again, it could last a really long time. I think I'm going to find a version without the electronics. So it's on this album Lower Limit. And yeah, you have the solo version and the version with electronics. I'll just click on the YouTube link and we'll have a listen. I've, listened to sections of this piece. I've never actually listened to the full thing. I may not even really listen with the score today. I've had kind of a rough day, so I'm just gonna lie back and enjoy. I encourage you to listen as well, and I think this score is freely available on Michael's website if you're interested in it. We'll see you all in 13 minutes. Okay, so I hope you listened along today. I thought this piece was really compelling and interesting. And yeah, the four strings in this case had very different timbres and were slightly out of tune, although I think they got more out of tune as the piece progressed, which was kind of interesting. It made me think of like abstract shapes kind of like bouncing all over in different directions. It was very, yeah, primitive and abstract and kind of spatial. But it's just like different timbres, different harmonic series emphasizing one another. So I don't know, it's very surreal experience. I think it communicates Michael's philosophy really well. This idea that behind everything is data and everything can be digital kind of thing. Yeah, just very and like there's this humanness to it as well. Like you can really hear the humanity in the performance, and even though the instructions are for it to be as even and mechanical as possible, there's still that human element there, which is really, really intriguing. So, yeah, I thought it was a really cool piece. Be curious to hear it in like on other instruments, maybe as a duo version. I don't think there's a recording of two people playing it, even though that is a way it can be played. So something to consider. It's like seems very easy to put together, and it's 13 minutes long, so it takes up a nice chunk of a program. Yeah, that was Necklaces. I didn't even mention what year it's from. I think it's like 2014 or something. But let me pull up what's next here because I forget. Ah, yes, tomorrow we're doing a shorter one. It's called Instrument and Voice by Peter Ablinger, our first score of Peter Ablinger's. All right, so today's piece is by Peter Ablinger. It's called Instrument and Voice, I believe. It's a text score written in 2013. Any instrument that is able to produce different pitches, durations, and dynamics. And then the voice has to be a strong speaking voice, but not loud and never changing. Pause between elements, words or tones, 2 seconds or a bit more, but always similar. Both performers facing towards the audience on stage, not too close to each other. And then, yeah, uh, at any given moment, one of the three parameters may change, the other two staying the same. The parameters being, of course, pitches, duration, and dynamics. So there's sort of like 5 movements that make up the piece. So the first one's called higher and slash lower. So 6 times the instrument plays one tone, the voice says higher or lower, and then the instrument plays accordingly. Then 6 times after the last tone of the previous section, the instrument plays another tone that is either higher or lower, and the voice responds. So it's like it's not obvious to the audience, but they're playing this game and they switch roles halfway between. And then the subsequent movements are just like that. It's like, uh, but in the second movement, they can play with higher and lower, and then shorter and longer, right? And then you add the softer and louder element, then you remove the higher or lower element, then you remove the shorter or longer element, and then it's over. So you can kind of see the concept is really procedural. And there's this element of like play in a very strict manner, right? Um, so yeah, I think there's sort of some taste that goes into performing it, but the score itself is very open, right? When I first discovered this piece, I was a little bit surprised it was a text score. I wasn't sure, like I just assumed it was something that was notated. Um, so it was pretty pleasing discovering it on Ablinger's website. I then downloaded it, obviously, because it was free. I can't remember what the first piece of his was that I discovered, but he does all kinds of different things. So here's the recording where I first discovered it. This one, which actually disobeys one of the rules. They are sitting very close together, and they're not both facing the audience because it's for organ in this version. So actually, they break two of the rules that are in the score. Um, but it's an interesting recording. It's well recorded. It was back in the pandemic when this was recorded, so I think I discovered it around the pandemic as well. As for the composer, Peter Ablinger, he's an Austrian composer, born in 1959. Died last year. I did not realize that. Um, Settled in Berlin in 1982. Uh, he has a set of works all based around various aspects of white noise. And he taught internationally, including University of Performing Arts Graz and the University of Huddersfield in the UK. So I guess that white noise project is 36 pieces in various media. That's one of his more extensive works. But if you go on his website, you can find a lot of interesting stuff. So he has his works by series and then by instrumentation as well, also by theme, and then reverse chronological. So if you look at his series, he has a series called Instruments and, which is sort of where this piece comes from. And then he has a cycle of 62 pieces for piano and tape. which combines, I guess, recorded voices of historical figures and piano playing. So I guess public domain stuff, quoting different people. What else is interesting here? He has a series of pieces called Instruments and Noise, right? So, for example, 6-minute piece called Violin and Noise, a um, piece called Organ and World Receiver, like FM radio receiver, accordion and noise, organ and noise, snare drum and FM noise. Uh, yeah, so all these pieces that explore white noise with instruments. And then if you look at his variable instrumentation list, it's actually quite extensive here. So it's very worthwhile covering him in our variable instrumentation kind of series here. But yeah, experimental composer. We don't cover a lot of composers on the channel that are so purely experimental who write all kinds of things, but this is one of them. So don't feel like this particular piece is representative of his entire work. He has lots of different pieces with different concepts behind them. This is just one of those, one of the many. So, uh, link to this recording is in the video description. I encourage you to listen to it today. It's only 6 minutes, and now you know what the score looks like. Okay, so I thought this was an interesting performance of the piece. It's very mechanical and straightforward. Um, the choice of organ was interesting because it's well suited to like changing, like it can play as long as you want or as short as you want, kind of thing. So that part is very, um, very variable. The dynamics are a little bit less so. It does take time to change the dynamics. Like you have to pull out a stop or push in a stop. And I imagine you have to be creative on the fly to kind of change dynamics if you're really loud already or really soft already. Like you have to leave room. So that was kind of an interesting aspect of the performance. There's like, yeah, it revealed things about the instrument that limit how you play and can play. So really interesting little exercise for improvisers, I think. Okay, so today I'm looking at another piece by Canadian composer Jordan Nobles, and it's called Quickening. It's actually a shorter one, about 4 minutes. Now this thing was written in 2012, uh, and it is for open instrumentation. You can kind of see if you look at the score layout, he has like different versions of the same score for different clefs and transposition levels. So effectively, any orchestral instrument could play it. So you have the score in C alto clef, in C bass clef, in B flat, in E flat, in F, in G, and that's it. So unless you're using a really obscure instrument, you should be able to read off of one of these. The piece involves swells of very fast tremolos, um, which gradually decelerate over the course of the whole piece. Each system has a set of pitches to choose from, and a dynamic which one can rise to. Each dynamic swell should proceed from as quiet as possible to the given dynamic at the head of each system. And each system is about 20 seconds. They should all be played in order. Pitches can be played in any octave as long as the dynamics are observed. There is no synchronization required between members of the ensemble. So, yeah, you can kind of see there's progressively fewer pitches to choose from with each um, system until you get to the C drone. Also, it can be played in any octave, right? So it's just written in a readable octave. Um, and then it seems to decrease in dynamic over the course of the piece, right? So you start forte, eventually you get down to pianissimo. And there's also some sort of indication on top about how fast you should be tremoloing. So that's about all I have to say, really. He gives examples here, which is kind of useful if you're um, maybe not great with text. This is sort of like what System 1 could look like for a musician. You could pick two of the pitches and play 30-second notes, repeating, and then swelling to forte back down, to forte back down, right? Whereas by the seventh system, you should be playing much slower, maybe only, 8 notes over the course of 20 seconds. Um, yeah, it's definitely written with orchestral instruments in mind, but I assume you could also do saxophones, maybe guitars. Yeah, so the first performance is by the Aventa Ensemble. They premiered two other pieces of Jordan's, it looks like. So what does their makeup look like? Like, what is this ensemble? Aventa Ensemble currently is violin, viola, cello, bass, flute, oboe, horn, trumpet, piano, percussion. So almost a chamber orchestra. And the piece is dedicated to Jocelyn Morlock, who is worth talking about. I don't have any of her scores, but she's an important name in Canadian classical music. Born 1969, died in 2023. Um, her whole career is based in Vancouver, as is Jordan Noble's, so they were colleagues, most likely. She was born in Manitoba, though, and studied at Brandon University before doing her doctorate at the University of British Columbia. And yeah, T. Patrick Carabray, I think for the longest time was still teaching at Brandon University, but left. Um, I guess he is a much more senior composer because he was teaching her composition in 1994. Um, and yeah, there's been a lot of like she died quite recently, right around the same time I moved back to Manitoba, so there's a lot of talk about her passing and her legacy um, very recently, and she died quite young at age 53. Um, she was composer in residence for the Vancouver Symphony Orchestra. These orchestra residencies are really, really big deal in Canada. There's not very many of them. So to even serve one or two terms is huge for your career as a Canadian composer. I think there's pretty much just the VSO one. Maybe like the WSO, Winnipeg has one. Maybe definitely Toronto Symphony Orchestra has one. Maybe the Montreal Symphony has one too. But but that's it, right? Yeah, her music exhibits a quirky and eccentric postmodernism. Um, my impression of it is that it's like kind of post-tonal sounding, not quite minimalist music, which is actually very accessible to a lot of Canadian audiences, and I think her music has gone on to influence a lot of music on the West Coast in particular, as well as in the Prairie provinces. Um, and I think she was a quite a dedicated teacher as well, so a lot of her students have gone on to compose a lot of similar music. So that was a bit of an aside. If you want to know more about Jordan Nobles, the composer of this piece, I talked about it a couple episodes ago. Um, and we're going to be covering more of his music. Um, yeah, not sure about why this particular one is dedicated to Jocelyn, but I think that's interesting. Link to the recording is in the video description. I encourage you to spend 4 minutes listening to this, especially if you had the patience to listen through my rambling. And I'll see you in 4 minutes. Cool. Yeah, I really liked this. It's got a cool layout to the score. And I like the ending. Yeah, just converging on the sea is very interesting. Um, Suddenly a lot more parts start to kind of lock in, like different octaves of the same note um, start locking into one another, so that's interesting. I also like the choice to sort of end in C minor-ish. Um, First removing the E natural, then the B natural, then you just get like C G E flat A flat, C G E flat, C G C, which I think is kind of interesting choice. Maybe some people wouldn't like that choice, would want to keep it more dissonant till the end, but I think that, yeah, that choice to make it sound very tonal halfway through definitely distinguishes this from maybe a textural piece of George Ligeti, you know what I mean, or like something more modernist. So it shows that kind of West Coast sensibility I was talking about. Today's piece is The North by Russian composer Sergei Zagny, written in 2011. It's technically variable instrumentation because it's for 12 soprano recorders or other melodic instruments. But I believe the recording that's online is 12 soprano recorders. Looks like we got some performance notes here, program notes, and then this is what the score looks like. So you can see the instruments are just numbered 1 through 12, and they all have, pitches in a very narrow, like that fall within a very narrow range, with the lowest notes going to be around middle C. The highest notes, I guess, are going to be towards the top of the staff. So maybe an octave and a bit more. So if you think about it, pretty much any instrument can play in this register except maybe double bass or tuba. Um, so yeah, you could have a lot of different instruments on this. You could do 12 oboes or six oboes and six flutes or whatever you wish. Um, let's have a look at how it's performed here. So whole notes are indeterminately long notes. Grace quarters are appoggiaturas, and you can rest between measures. Parts can be played synchronously, partially synchronously, or independently. When performed synchronously, the reference point is a measure. It is not necessary to play notes simultaneously. Furthermore, one instrument may finish a measure before another instrument starts to play it. In addition, while some instruments are still playing one measure, other instruments can start playing the next. When and what instruments are playing may be partially or wholly determined by the conductor. It may sometimes be useful to develop a performance plan in advance. So, okay, there's a lot to unpack there. Basically, the piece is divided into 6 pages, each with 12 measures. And these measures can be any length of time you want. So if you wanted to, I guess like the extremes logistically would probably be like a number of minutes per measure. You're probably only going to do each one for like 20 seconds or something because of how long it takes a wind player to play a note or whatever. Um, but you can decide, all right, I'm in this performance, we're going to cue everyone at the start of each measure. They're going to all land on the downbeat. Or you could have something different where it's like, I'm going to cue the start of each measure. You decide when to play within that measure. It doesn't really matter. Um, And you also have the option of doing it asynchronously. So like you just ask all of the performers like, hey, just play each note for a long time, as long as you can, or as long as you think is reasonable, or whatever, and it'll just take as long as it takes to get through the piece. So that's and all of these things will result in very different sonic and polyphonic kind of events, right? All he really gives you is like there are short notes and there are long notes, and the long notes are very long, kind of thing. There's also the partial synchronous version, so that's where you ask them to play it as long as they want, but stop at the end of the page, right? And wait once the last person has finished playing through the page, then the conductor cues the next page. So it breaks the piece up into 6 broad sections. It can be performed by fewer than 12 instruments. Um, and in this case, the performer may move freely throughout the score. So say you are doing it just with 2 players. Maybe player 1 can play from the bottom 6 staves, whatever they pick, and the top player can play through the top 6 staves, whatever they decide. Um, Personally, I don't know if this would be successful with less than 5 people, but that's what it says. The order of the sections may be changed too. So this is really interesting because the composer is like keep making everything really, really open. It's basically just like a series of pitches in a very small range. And there's some long and short, obviously. The voices towards the bottom of the page are like more static. They're not moving around so much. And I think as you go higher, the ambitus of the line changes. It's a little bit bigger. Also, the bottom ones tend to have more grace notes, more short note values, whereas the top voices have very few. But other than that, there's not a lot that makes the piece that it is. Something I found with Zagny's like more open pieces is he advises a certain way of playing it, which tends to be the only way it's ever been performed, and then he has all these other options for ways you could do it, which of course no one has ever tried. um, like the example I'm thinking of is we looked at this piece of his called Basses, which makes the most sense to be performed at the piano, and it is, and it makes the most sense to perform it in order, like once from the first section to the last. That's the way it's presented online, but you could technically play it in any order, kind of thing. I think here we're gonna have something similar where it's like, yeah, they just perform it from front to back synchronously with 12 recorders, but there's all these other options, kind of thing. And it's unclear whether those options will actually work, and they're very drastically different. Yeah, link to this recording is in the video description. It only has 118 views. I think, yeah, it was uploaded very recently. Sergei Zagny's scores are all freely available on his website if you can still find it. Um, and this is probably the most recent piece of his we've looked at. All the other stuff we looked at of his was more like in the early 2000s, 1990s. So, yeah, maybe this is closer to what he's doing now, 10 years later. All right, let's get into it. Okay, so this was an interesting experience. I think I've listened to this piece once before, but it was a earlier upload on the same channel, and I guess I didn't really give it a fair chance then because I felt it was very like intense and noisy, and you know that was my immediate reaction. But with this listen, I really felt like it was more meditative. I didn't really mind the dissonances. I felt like there was lots of unisons and lots of very moments where there were actually very few notes. You were just hearing the different voices enter in on a unison. Um, so I think part of that is like my ear has developed. Part of it too is like taking the time to look at the score and like trying to understand the composer's intention. Because I think it could work with one voice, mostly because um, there's like this very strong pull towards one melodic line in each of the pages, you know? Like it always starts with a dyad and it always ends on an E. And there's like this sort of like nebulous center area where it kind of spreads out into more options before converging on fewer options, right? Um, so there's always this like D sharp underpinning it. There's like this D sharp on the bottom, which then just finally resolves to E at the end. I think that's the case with every one. Yeah. So the bottom line always has just like D sharp and E, but it ends up being on E at the end. And then all the upper lines, I think it's interesting that it always either starts on F, A, or B. I think we have 3 pages that start on A or something, and 2 pages that start on F. And then the last page starts on B, and it actually is a very unique moment when we start on B, um, because it's just kind of higher than any of the other starting points. Um, yeah, this performance I think was synchronous, but there were pauses between each page, so you could kind of figure out where you are in the score. And yeah, noticeably there's no indication of dynamics. I think just the nature of playing it, you don't want to have it at a very loud dynamic. You want to be able to, you don't want it to be taxing. So I think the whole thing was quite quiet. Now, the next piece, I think I'm going to look at another Michael Winter piece. We got 2 back to back, or they're both from 2011. So assuming they're both variable instrumentation, that's what's next. Today's piece is Lower Limit by Michael Winter, American composer. Written in 2011, revised in 2014. There's a lot of text to explain how the piece works. This is what the score looks like. It effectively, it's just like everything's in 12/8, but only some of the divisions of the beat have notes. Right? You get note heads and also numbers from 1 to 3. We'll explain this in a bit. Like if you just go through the score, it's just like that for the whole thing. I think it was probably computer generated, knowing Michael's music. The first 19 pages are the score, and then you have the parts. It's a quartet, so there's 4 parts. So as a performer, that's what you'd be looking at. Then there's a version for 2 staves. I'm assuming this is if you want to play the thing on a piano or something, play along. Then you have the parts, but with numbers 6 through 1, I guess. So yeah, not sure what that's about. It's dedicated to Stephen Wolfram. We'll look up who that is in a second here. Piece consists of 4 parts to be played on 1, 2, or 4 like-sounding instruments. For example, you could do it on one guitarist, with 2 pianos, with 4 cellos, 4 flutes, or string quartet, etc. The performer should be spread around the performance space as far apart as possible. Uh, the sustain of the first part should be very short. approximately equivalent of a single note. The sustain for each successive part is longer, such that there are 4 distinct tiers of tone duration. So, for example, let's say that this person on top is just playing eighth notes and muting whenever they're not playing. Then the second player is playing quarter notes. Maybe the third player, whenever they have a note, there's when they start playing. They have their note sustains like a dotted quarter, and then you have to scroll quite a bit to get to the fourth part. But maybe when they enter, every time they play a note, unless there's an intervening note, it sustains like a whole note or something. Each part consists of 3 different notes, 3 different frequencies or pitches. That's what the numbers 1 through 3 indicate. So the way to discern which pitches each instrument gets, there's a number of ways to do that. The first option is the ensemble sets 12 adjacent harmonic partials, higher in number preferably, of an arbitrary fundamental. So say built off of C sharp 1, you go up the harmonic series and then you use partials like I guess 10 through 22. Option 2, each performer plays 3 pitches that are very close in different tuning systems. C Parch's Genesis of a Music, such that the tuples of the instruments result in different qualities of a chord. So for example, the first performer plays a C major chord in 3-limit Pythagorean tuning. The second player plays another C major chord but in 5-limit tuning. And then the third performer plays the same thing in 7-limit tuning, etc. Each performer plays the same 3 partials of an arbitrary fundamental. So not necessarily adjacent. So for example, take that same C sharp, play partials. If you see a 3, play partial 25. If you see a 2, play partial 13. And if you see a 1, play partial 9. And that goes for all players. As of this revision, this piece has been performed 2 times. The first performance was organized by Chaz Underreiner for guitar quartet, and they used option 1 for the pitches. The second performance was organized by Christian Alvear for guitar duo. Another option was considered, but ultimately not performed. Still, the option was completely viable and is included here as an example of mapping alternative to the ones originally provided. So in that one, they chose 12 natural harmonics and ordered them by the length of the natural decay, such that the mapping is itself based on the tiering of tone durations outlined. Those performers requested that the 4 parts be collapsed into 2, right? Because it's a guitar duo. So that's why he merged parts 1 and 3 and then 2 and 4, and then numbered them 1 through 6. So each performer was responsible for 6 pitches instead of 3. So that explains these guys at the end, right? You have 2 parts here where the numbers go up to 6. They're both 7 pages long. And you can see they're busier because you're adding parts together. And then I'm not sure what the 2-stave one is still. I think the idea is instead of like merging the 2 parts like this and changing the numbers, you still just have 3 pitches, but they're distributed over two hands. What I don't understand about this like piano score looking thing is there's only 1 part where there should be 2. So maybe this is just a second score? Okay, yeah, my mistake. So this is the score for the guitar duo version from 2014. So Stephen Wolfram, who the piece is dedicated to, was born in 1959. He's a computer scientist, physicist, and businessman. Is this the correct Stephen Wolf? Yeah, okay. He founded the software company Wolfram Research, designed Mathematica, which is a software system with built-in libraries for several areas of technical computing. He also designed the Wolfram Alpha online knowledge engine in 2009. In the 80s, he left the School of Natural Sciences in Princeton, no longer interested in particle physics, and then he started pursuing investigations into cellular automata, mainly with computer simulations. Produced a series of papers investigating the class of elementary cellular automata, conceiving the Wolfram Code, a naming system for one-dimensional cellular automata, and a classification scheme for the complexity of their behavior. He conjectured that Rule 110 cellular automation might be Turing complete. This was later proved to be correct. In pop culture, now this is after the composing of this piece of music, Wolfram was the scientific consultant for the film Arrival, where aliens speak to Earthlings through visual language, and he helped depict the logograms that the aliens spoke in, based on his Wolfram language. So Chaz Underreiner, I know tangentially through the University of North Texas. I think I've emailed him a few times, follow him on social media and stuff, but he graduated before I attended, so I never actually met him. He's a composer and guitarist. His compositions, I don't have any of his scores, but um, he has like series of pieces he does, like his yeah, this is much more extensive than I've seen his list of works in the past, but yeah, he has a lot of solo stuff. He has a series called Landscapes, which he started in the 20 teens. The one I'm most familiar with is Landscape Texas Plains, for violin, electric guitar, and double bass. It's a really interesting piece. It's like 45 minutes long. Uh, yeah, he has his Nocturne series here, his Moving series, and his Landscape series are the three big ones. And where is he teaching now? He's an associate professor of digital arts at Stetson University in Dellen, Florida, teaching courses in digital audio, audio recording and production, senior projects, scoring for multimedia, and he runs the Advanced Digital Art Studio. Christian Alvier is a guitarist, it looks like. Chilean musician and researcher, specialized in the interpretation and study of contemporary and experimental music. DMA from Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. I just got that one actually, 2026. His master's degree was in music performance back in 2018 in classical guitar. His research is developed under the model of practice as research. He links the triadic semiotics of Charles Peirce and the theory of technical reproduction of Walter Benjamin. This apparatus allows him to address the problems and possibilities of interpretation in an over-referenced historical present, in which creativity tends to operate as a function of a highly stabilized symbolic system, frequently performed concerts, residencies, and been featured in festivals in Europe, Asia, and America. Okay, with that, I think we can listen to this thing. Link to the recording is in the video description. The rest of the video, I'll just be talking about my thoughts hearing it for the first time. Okay, so I really like this recording. I wasn't expecting it to be this procedural thing where eventually the bottom voices become more active. It feels like some sort of interpolation is going on, and it's actually just one continuous line of notes. You never have two people playing at the same time, so in a quartet version like this, it's actually a very intense performance because like you would very easily hear a mistake. it must be really impressive to see live. I understand now why there is a solo version and a duo version. It's very easy to like the duo version makes sense, and then the solo version would be a logical extension of that process. Um, yeah, the score is very intimidating looking, but I think it says a lot about the composer's aesthetics. It's a really unique piece. Tomorrow we're probably going to look at another Michael Winter piece. It's called Mass and Band. Anyways, thank you all for listening, and I'm excited to get into more of this stuff. Okay, so today's piece is Mass and Band by Michael Winter. It's somewhat conventionally notated, um, but it has a unique tuning. I think technically it's for variable instrumentation. That's a mix of harpsichords and sustaining instruments. So the sustaining instruments are variable. Okay, so specifically, the top three parts are played on one or more plucked string instruments or a minimum of three sustaining instruments. That is, a player can play from any or all of the parts, but should try to avoid doubling with other players. The bottom two parts are strictly played on plucked string instruments. They can be harpsichords, virginal, or harps specifically. Not all parts need to be played. So you gotta see they're labeled 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2. I'm assuming it could be any number of staves could be read. The top three instruments really could be any instrument. The bottom two could be harpsichords, most likely. And then a normal note head indicates the onset of a tone. An X note head indicates that the tone is no longer available. Normal note head may not always have a corresponding X note head. So basically, even if you're playing a plucked string instrument, um, you can kind of look at the X note head as like a note off, so you can repeat the note as much as you want until the X note head appears. Let's see where the first one is. So for example, the way this notation works, if you're playing the first harpsichord part, you can keep repeating this G until the X note head in measure 2. You can keep repeating this B flat until the X note head also in measure 2. At least that's how I understand it works. Now, I don't really understand why there's also rests, or what the significance of the rests is with this notation, but there you go. Yeah, onsets of notes have to be played accurately, but I guess it's more loose what happens after that. And then the sustaining instruments, they actually hold their note from the normal note head until the X note head. So it's just a really weird way of notating durations, because like there's all these rests here, but technically the top sustaining instrument is supposed to hold this F until the F in measure 3. It should be played at 72 beats per minute. Not a lot of dynamic contrast between the parts, so they should all be playing kind of like mezzo piano. The top three parts are limited to octave equivalents of the 8th through 16th partials of a low fundamental. The two plucked string instruments, which you can consider harpsichords, most likely are retuned differently across all octaves. If any of these parts are played on harp, the harpist should choose a pedal setting, tune the available notes accordingly, and disregard notes not within the pedal setting. Or you could distribute the notes of one of these virginal harpsichord parts over multiple harps, which would be more ideal. So if you don't know, the reason why Michael is making this distinction is like you can't tune every note of a chromatic scale differently on a harp because harps only have access to 8 notes per octave, and then the pedals decide whether or not something is sharp or flat, right? So if you look at the tuning here that he gives for harpsichord 1, right, you need like a different tuning for the C, C sharp, D, D sharp, E, F, F sharp, G, G sharp, A sharp, and B, right? Everything is slightly different, but you would not, like on a harp, say you just have neutral setting with all the white keys, right? You'd only be able to tune the, okay, say you have a D string on your harp, right? That D string could be C sharp, it could be D sharp, or it could be D. I guess it couldn't really be C sharp, it'd be D flat. But that D needs to be -2 cents. The D sharp needs to be -10 cents. So if you tried to have both, there'd be a discrepancy of 8 cents. It wouldn't really work. So that's what he's talking about. You have to pick one or the other. First realization of the piece was performed by Brian Parks on virginal and Colleen Thorburn on harp. In their version, only the bottom parts were realized, so the top three were not. Top three staves weren't played. And Colleen, the harpist, just performed only the notes that didn't have accidentals, right? So she tuned C4 plus 16 cents, D4 minus 29 cents, E4 plus 38 cents, etc., just skipping all the black keys. And then when she read her part, she would read the C and D at the beginning, but ignore the E flat and the B flat, and then keep going. Okay, then there's a general note about realizing the piece. The piece should never feel fragile, and the sustaining instruments, if there are any, should not be amplified, as the sound between every instrument needs to sound unified. It's supposed to sound like one big massive sound. So it's like kind of ill-advised to use sustaining instruments, but I guess there's a way you could do it. And yeah, that first performance was in 2011, if that helps. So yeah, here's your tunings. They're accurate to the cent. He also gives pure ratios. So that is to say, like, uh, the low A for the sustaining instruments, it has a ratio of 1, so that's the fundamental. And then if you go to partial 3, that would be the E up here, which is plus 2 cents, as you would expect. And then the fifth partial is that C sharp, which is minus 14 cents, right? So these are deviations from equal temperament that are given here. And then, so it's like a mix of like whole number ratios and also these fractions of whole numbers. So like if you go to the 15th partial and move it down an octave, you get this G sharp minus 12 cents. If you send it down a couple other octaves, right, you get this G sharp minus 12 cents. So you get the idea. It's like pretty much just partials of a harmonic series that are thrown up and down different octaves or half of an octave. It seems like the virginals and harpsichords have more diverse ratios. Like you get 77/10 here and weird stuff like that. 99/16. I'm not sure where these come from, these ratios. 125/8. 117/16. But the sustaining instrument ones seem very simple, so that's interesting. So this piece is dedicated to Abby Scher. Abby Scher grew up in LA, did a master's degree in linguistics at UCLA and her bachelor's in French literature, and she works as a clinical linguist at the Neuropsychiatric Institute at UCLA, diagnosing people with elective mutism, according to the DSM manual. And she's done a lot of other work, like creative things. She's also active on several boards for social justice, homelessness, and she's involved with music organizations such as the Parch Ensemble. I think that's a definite connection. Michael Winter's music is very indebted to Parch's exploration of just intonation, and definitely, he's taking advantage of that scene in LA that Parch helped establish, of specifically experimental music with just intonation. And then the two performers here, see if I can find anything about them. Okay, harpsichordist Brian Parks, fellow of the American Guild of Organists, regularly presents algorithmic compositions in Germany. So an interest in algorithmic composition, of which this is one, the one we're looking at today. Co-director of Quadratum, an ensemble of auditioned youth that strives to teach comprehensive self-sufficiency through rigorous musicking, community service projects, and adventurous expeditions. For the last 10 years, he's been organist and associate director of music at Marietta First United Methodist Church. He's taught music performance in schools such as the Montessori School, music history, theory, Ghanaian drumming, and harpsichord at Wesleyan University and Naugatuck Valley Community College. And he maintains an organ / harpsichord studio as well as a composition studio. Studied with Tom Johnson, composition. Also Alvin Lucier, Anthony Braxton, Ron Quivila, and Marty Epstein, interestingly. So yeah, interesting guy. The harpist, Colleen Thorburn. I guess this is the Colleen Thorburn, I'm assuming, based in Arkansas now. I guess teaching at the University of Central Arkansas. Not sure how she ended up in LA working with Michael Winter, though. Because it says here, worked with the Eastern Connecticut Symphony Orchestra, then relocated to Arkansas. Has played Hina Starr's Harp Concerto, which we've talked about on the channel before. Not in a dedicated episode, but we've come across it. She also taught harp and musicianship courses at VCU, Virginia Commonwealth University, and then all her other appointments seem to be in either Virginia or Connecticut. Yeah, I'm like 95% sure this is the person who performed this piece. Again, I don't see much of a connection to Los Angeles, but yeah, I can't imagine there's a lot of harpists named Colleen Thorburn. So yeah, interesting premiere. I'm assuming that's the recording that's available online, so we're gonna have to listen to that with the score. Again, if you bother to download the score from Michael's website, only the bottom two grand staves are performed. The top three staves are not performed in this particular recording. So yeah, with that, I'll leave you to listening. Stick around if you want to hear my opinions on this. Okay, so admittedly, this was a bit of a tough listen for me. I kind of gave up on following with the score just because there's so much information here that is not in the recording. So, well, I'm sure like the performers were able to do it just fine. It's like kind of hard to figure out what they were reading and what they weren't on the spot. I'm not a fan of this X note head notation, especially with a piece at this speed. It doesn't really make sense for humans to play like this. And I don't know if it's useful for the sustaining instruments either. But the tuning is really interesting. Like I think the tuning system is interesting, and for an algorithmically generated piece, it's not very monotonous. It does cut like it things move in waves, they get more dense, less dense. Like it's crafted to be pretty interesting. Um, I just don't think it holds up to a lot of the other Michael Winter pieces we've looked at, which are more minimalistic. Um, but yeah, just taking the time to tune a harp and a harpsichord like this is pretty interesting and totally transforms the sound of the instruments. Okay, so today I'm listening to a piece called Grace by Jordan Nobles. It's intended to be for a chamber ensemble, but I believe the instrumentation is open. Dedicated to Ensemble Mujirushi, who I believe premiered it. Yeah, they premiered it in 2009. Before we get into that, this is what the score looks like. Kind of like the last Jordan Nobles piece we looked at. There's kind of a score that everyone reads off of, but to accommodate transposing instruments, there's different versions of the score. Also to accommodate people reading different clefs. So the C score, the bass clef score, the alto clef score, right? The C score is for most of your treble instruments, then your cellos and basses probably, and tubas and trombones. Then the alto clef is for your violas. The B flat score is going to be for your clarinets and maybe trumpets. The E flat score is going to be for your saxophones and maybe clarinets. The F score for your horns. The G score for your alto flutes. And that's it. I guess the F score is also for your English horn. Just thinking through it. So yeah, everyone is given the same sounding pitches. Players proceed independently, performing any cell in order. Players can pause briefly between cells or proceed directly with a different one. All notes should be soft and quiet throughout. Each performer has his, her, or their own time, but conscious of and responsive to the other players. Yeah, they should play in their own time. Avoid playing any recognizable pulse. Cells can be played in any octave as long as they can be played softly and quietly. On polyphonic instruments, notes should be allowed to ring as much as possible. So if you played on piano, hold the damper down. Same thing on vibraphone or harp or whatever. Grace notes can be slow or fast. You should vary the speed of grace notes throughout the piece. Each held note should only last as long as a single bow stroke. I'm assuming also a breath in the case of wind instruments. Players can decide ahead of time how long to play and how to end. They could drop out one at a time, or they could wrap up altogether. Or alternatively, you could decide like, hey, how about everybody plays 55 cells and then they're done, and that then determines the duration of the piece, and people who take their time just take longer to play or whatever. It invites the players to like stage the work, like maybe come on stage one at a time, or like to maybe distribute themselves around the performance space and the audience, etc. But interestingly, it's not a given feature of the piece. It's just kind of suggested. Other Jordan Nobles pieces we've looked at are supposed to be spatial. This one, it doesn't say spatialized chamber ensemble, just chamber ensemble. So, looking at one page of it, you can kind of see there's this diamond arrangement of everything. And as you go up the diamond, you get increasing numbers of grace notes from 1 all the way up to 5. And if you go from the middle up, all of your grace notes are below the note they land on. If you go below that middle line, all of your grace notes are either above or on the note. that you land on. So actually, some of them go below. So there is sort of this preference written into it for notes going up, I think. I guess there's one cell over here where it doesn't really all go up. So yeah, this piece was written in Vancouver. All of Jordan Noble's work is in Vancouver. So he's pretty much just like well known in on the west coast of Canada. I'm assuming that's where this ensemble's from. Okay, well, there you go. I mean, they're an ensemble. They work with composers. They're probably Canadian, and that's all I know. Link to a recording here is in the video description. I encourage you to listen to this performance and maybe imagine what other performances of this piece could look like. For example, like what if you had a handbell choir play it or something? That's probably a bad example because it'd be really hard to do, but maybe like handbell choir working as a unit and then like 7 guitars each individually reading it. What would that sound like? You know, it's for open instrumentation, so the sky's the limit here. Hello? Okay, yeah, I thought this was an interesting video. I decided to watch the Redshift Music Society recording of a live performance of this with a saxophone quartet called Saxophilia. Not sure how they decided to mix and record it. There's some distortion though, at least on my end, listening to it. Um, I thought it was kind of interesting how this one was located around a park, kind of around a small, man-made lake, I'm assuming. I don't know if you'd even call it a lake, but like a public space like that. Um, must sound really interesting in person. You can kind of hear some ambient sounds of like children playing and people walking along the beach. And I think that sort of shows an aspect of this whole spatialization thing that Jordan Nobles so frequently does and this open instrumentation stuff. I didn't even think about this connection, but I think there is sort of like a connection to acoustic ecology and the work of R. Murray Schafer. It seems kind of obvious now that I think about it, but yeah, there's something very Canadian about this piece and this performance and the score. Uh, I think its sensibilities is a common theme in Jordan's pieces. I think it still is trying to be tonal music. I'm not exactly sure why, um, but yeah, it sounds very tonal. Some people might who listen to more experimental music might find that kind of cheesy or sentimental, or nostalgic for no reason. Other people might call it postmodern. I'm kind of indifferent to it. Um, I mean, personally, I would try to make it a little bit more out there, give the improvisers room to like move away from the key at least. But as a sort of ambient little installation, this really works and it doesn't draw a lot of attention to itself culturally because it just fits into the culture of all of these Canadians who are outdoors enjoying their time. So, you know, it's not uh, yeah, it's not trying to be something it's not. So, okay. So today we're going to be exploring some tunes by Eva-Maria Houben, specifically Volume 5. So this is a series of pieces for one performer. Otherwise, it's variable, the instrumentation. And it's released on edition Wandelweiser, 2006. Um, Wandelweiser is sort of like an international collective of composers who share a similar aesthetic. Uh, we've talked about one of them on the channel before, Corey Reeder. If I'm missing any others we've talked about, I'll just list them here. But yeah, Eva Maria Houben is also a member. Uh, this piece has a couple text instructions and then 20 something pages of score. So the instructions are given in German and English, and here they are. So they're a little bit abstract. One tune per page, quiet, soft, and tender. Determine the register per tune. Check mark equals a pause, a short stay. Choose some tunes and play them in any order. You can see that the score just kind of looks like this, right? You have uh, like quarter notes, whole notes, dotted halves, things like that. Just plainly written with no dynamics or articulation in treble clef. And occasionally you get a little check mark, which is kind of like a fermata. Yeah, it's interesting. The directions are kind of poetically delivered, but they do kind of just say specific things that most composers would say in a score like this. Like, here's how you read this symbol. You can play the melodies in any register. You should play them with this dynamic and articulation. So Eva-Maria Houben was born in 1955. She's a composer, organist, and musicologist. And she studied music education at the Folkwang Musikhochschule Essen, and she studied organ with Gisbert Schneider. She taught both German and music education at secondary school. After that, she received her doctorate in and postdoctoral qualifications in musicology, lecturing at the Gerhard Mercator Universität Duisburg and the Robert Schumann Hochschule Düsseldorf. Since 1993, she's been lecturing at Dortmund University's Institute for Music and Musikwissenschaft. You can see here that Some Tunes Volume 5 is EW 16.081E, and you kind of get a sense of like the scope of her work. Like, let's see, 19 pieces in 2006 alone, but then 3 pieces. Oh wait, and yeah, that's so very very prolific, I would say. Probably her number of pieces in the hundreds. Many of them are quite long, like upwards of 45 minutes. The reason I picked this one is there's a recording of it on YouTube. I think someone has done it on organ. Yeah, Carson Kuhlman did it. It's about 13 minutes, his version. Yeah, it might be hard to follow along with the score because it's not going to be in order. Um, but the score is freely available if you want to try playing them. Hopefully, this recording gives you enough inspiration to kind of figure it out for yourself. Um, yeah, let's just get into it. Uh, I might just lie back and relax today. Hopefully, this can help me take my mind off certain things in my life right now, and I'll get back to you in 13 minutes. Okay, so this was a interesting lesson. It wasn't as meditative or comforting as I thought it would be. It was kind of like a little bit intense, and I could see it being on almost any instrument. I guess the caveat is you have to read treble clef, but um, I do think that the way that this was performed, just based on the registration in this recording, was like a selection of pages were played. Um, I don't know which pages, maybe like 5 or so of them, and it took 13 minutes to play through them because this performer took it quite slow. Yeah, there's oddly enough, there's no indication what tempo to play them at, but anyone familiar with Wandeweiser or Houben's music would probably take a similar tempo to what Carson took here. Um, so yeah, these are pretty interesting. Definitely a different approach to open instrumentation. than anything else we've looked at in this series. And there's 5 volumes of this. Uh, it runs just over 2 hours. I guess that's if you play every tune in each volume. So incredibly flexible piece of music, right? It could be 3 minutes long, it could be 2 hours long, could be on any instrument, solo trombone, if you want to put that in a concert. I guess it can't be from more than one person. It has to be a soloist, but that doesn't make it less accessible. Actually, it encourages accessibility, right? So, um, yeah, I don't know if this is concert music per se, because it was so intimate. I feel like it almost makes more sense to just be something that you play yourself, alone and in a very like private, domestic setting. It was sort of the vibe I got from it. Um, yeah, so that's our first Eva-Maria Houben piece on the channel. We have another piece from 2007, I think. Yeah, we have a Michael Winter piece, which I think technically is for variable instrumentation. If not, we will get into a James Tenney score. Okay, so today I'm going to be looking at 4 Ascents for James Tenney by Michael Winter, specifically Rise 1, so the first movement of the 4. Um, so this is a piece for variable instrumentation, although I guess it's like for large ensemble or electronics or a mix of instruments and electronics. There's a recording on YouTube. I believe it's just like electronics are used to compose that one. Although on his website it says it's been performed. So let me actually. So if we look at 4 Ascents, yeah, so there was a performance in 2021 at the Royal College of Music, Stockholm, and this was on clarinet, piano, flute, tenor sax, and electronics and accordion. And then there was another performance in Pasadena, California in 2008. There's no credits here, so I'm assuming it is just an electronic realization of the piece at the Pasadena Armory. James Tenney, the dedicatee of this piece, is a American composer who experimented a lot with. Well, he was an early pioneer of electronic music, but he then experimented with translating electronic music to acoustic instruments. It was a lot of stuff that he did, like work in algorithmic composition, generative composition, experimenting with microtonality to some extent. Maybe not. Well, yeah, maybe some just intonation stuff depending on the project. And then Michael Winter is an American composer, also based more on the West Coast, who was very inspired by James Tenney, who's written on James Tenney's music, and who composed this piece, which is it's sort of like mathematically constructed. So this first score, which is on tabloid paper, it's very graphic, is kind of one realization of the piece, right? And this is a realization of it as Rise 1, and then Rise 2 through 4, the relationships between the pitches are different, other things are the same. Effectively, there is a way to generate scores for those as well, which will look more or less like this one. Again, it's more of like the way that the pitches enter is different. Um, and the collection of pitches is different. Uh, the way the composer explains it here, um, so the horizontal axis is proportional to time, the vertical axis is proportional to pitch. You have these stretches of time that are all kind of equal in size, and with each stretch of time, you add another pitch until you reach like 16 pitches by the end. They're all built off of this fundamental. You can change the fundamental and thus transpose everything by any amount you want. But then you would just have to generate a different version of the score. And yeah, there's sort of like two ways you can read it. You can try to read these black lines, which are like glissandi, and try to hit each note in time, gradually glissing, or you can play what is represented by these light gray lines, I believe, and try to like just play um, the pitches as static notes that change with each like little segment of the piece. Now these can be played in any order, I guess. Like it doesn't really matter. You don't have to take one line. You can kind of just jump around as needed. Um, so that's more or less how it works. And you can see from based on the score, it's like very microtonal. Like you have to play these pitches accurate to the scent, and it does not fall within equal temperament at all. Um, so there's other aspects of the piece which are um, procedural. So for example, the general dynamic should go from soft to loud. Um, Also, the frequency of notes performed should increase. It should become more dense as the piece progresses. Okay, so this appendix sort of explains how each rise is constructed. We're listening to the first one, the second one, and third and fourth all kind of use lists, I guess, of functions and things. I'm not terribly versed in mathematics, so I'm not going to be able to really explain these, but they're very concise. Like there's very concise ways of describing these pieces mathematically and encoding them to then be produced electronically. Just reading through this one earlier, I was not really able to make heads or tails of it, but um, it seems like there's a couple important variables. Some that have to do with time, some have to do with notes. So N seems to be a variable that has to do with like intervals, so like intervallic relationships between notes and the fundamental, right? The fundamental is just there and it starts the piece, but then all the other notes are related to it by a interval, right? So that is represented by N such that the first interval is N over N minus 1, I guess. Yeah, we have an open bracket here, which is confusing me. But you also have like C represents the current time. So if you imagine the whole duration of the piece and you're 42 seconds in, that's C is 42. V is the number of voices. So by the end of the piece, you're at 16. V equals 16. At the beginning of the piece, V equals 1. Um, so it's unclear to me if that is the number of voices at the current time or if that is used to designate specific voices. Whatever. And then T is the time of the final chord. So you can imagine the duration of the piece, say you want it to last 8 minutes. T would be 8 times 60 or whatever. And then you have more complicated variables made from these three. So S equals time per section such that one T over S epsilon Z. I don't know what that means necessarily. There's an equation, like the big equation here is for the glissando over time. The way it works is this function of C being the current time, right? So you should be able to plug in these variables and C and get a result for, I guess, like where the glissando should be at in number of cents from the first pitch, I guess, from the starting point. So this function, I think, draws the lines, right? If you think about you enter at with a certain pitch, Maybe that's V. This is like V equals 2. I don't know. And then you keep pushing the glissando as the current time goes up. As C changes, that function will change by a number of cents. So like from plus 12 cents to plus 19 cents. So the curve is very shallow here. It only went up 7 cents. Eventually that second voice that starts on the D flat gets up to, like it's exponential, right? The curve. So it gets up to this C 0, which is an octave above the fundamental. Yeah, what does the final chord look like? We got C, then the C an octave above, then the G plus 2, then the C above that. So it looks like a harmonic series. The fifth partial, the sixth partial, etc. So I feel like, yeah, there's a way of explaining this just with intervals. Maybe he started there. Maybe Michael Winter started with these intervals, and then he found out a mathematical way of describing it so that he could implement it into code. Then he produced the electronic version, and then he had to figure out a way to notate it, resulting in the notated score. I'm guessing that's how it came about. So yeah, really kind of interesting piece. All this other information is stuff that you need to construct Rise 2 through 4. Yeah, that's about all I have to say about Rise for James Tenney. Sorry that I don't have the expertise to really describe it. Um, it looks pretty fascinating. None of the other Michael Winter pieces we've looked at are this technical in their description. I trust that these equations are the shortest way to describe and most clearest and concise way to describe these pieces. I just don't have the knowledge to parse out the descriptions for you. Um, so that is what it is. Um, Please look at the recording I put in the video description and have a listen. And I'm excited to hear how this one sounds. It looks really intriguing. So yeah, let's give it a go. Okay, so yeah, I found this listening session really interesting. This was the first Michael Winter piece I ever heard, actually, which got me into his music. And it's a very interesting piece. I think this recording, now that I've given it a proper listen, is definitely electronics playing the whole piece. So the whole piece is mocked up with sine tones, I believe, and then there's an ensemble playing on top of that. So there's this oral cue that the musicians have to work with. I'm like 98% sure that's what's going on in this recording, and I think it's probably the most sensible way to perform it. I guess you could also feed the audio into headphones and have the performers like play from that. I don't think it's reasonable to expect performers to be able to play to the scent like that. I guess they could also play with tuners and look at, like, have a visual reference with the tuner to know where they're at. Um, but yeah, I like the pacing of this one. It's very, very slow, and I think it worked really well. And I really, I would say my favorite moment was actually towards the end when you get the chord is like not quite a harmonic series yet. It's like a squashed harmonic series. That was a very cool sound. The opening was very interesting sounding too, but I've heard dozens of pieces that have the, you know, almost unison beating thing going on. So that's interesting, but it's been done a lot. Um, but this careful, controlled, like opening up into a harmonic series, I think is very cool. And the way it's illustrated in the score, it looks like it's exponential, but I think the idea is like that final chord is, it's shown. The spacing is supposed to reflect music notation, right? So if I pull that up again here, so like that octave on the bottom is going to be appear wider than the fifth, right? So, but if you think about these as frequencies, I know it's more concerned with interval, the way this piece is constructed. But if you think of it as like frequencies, I imagine these glissandi are actually kind of linear. They go from a certain number of hertz up to this other number of hertz. So from the unison up an octave, you know. Uh, so anyways, that's my take on it. Maybe a spectrogram of this piece would look a lot different than this illustration. Or maybe it looks very similar. I'm not sure. Um, okay, so with that, I think we're going to listen to a piece by James Tenney next. So if this piece interests you, maybe it'll be interesting to see how it relates to the dedicatee of it. Um, yeah, that's Rise 1. Today I'm listening to a piece by James Tenney. I believe it's Harmonium number 6. And I have this listed as 2000 in my spreadsheet. I don't know if it was, maybe it was composed in that time. Let me see when Tenney died again here. He died in 2006. So it's, yeah, I guess maybe he wrote this at the end of his life. Um, so he has a number of pieces in the series, obviously. This score I have, the 6 is crossed out and 7 is written there, so maybe there's some discrepancy. Maybe this is actually Harmonium 7. But yeah, Harmonium 6 consists of 7 sections indicated by double bar lines, so this first page has 2 sections on it, most of which are divided into segments by regular bar lines, so there's 5 segments in the first section, 4 segments in the next. The notation indicates available pitches which are to be played during each segment as follows. Each performer chooses one after another of the available pitches in the current segment, plays it at the indicated dynamic level for the duration of one breath or one bow. I guess, or one up bow, then down bow. Uh, sorry, up bow, then down bow in the strings. Or until the tone has completely decayed in the case of plucked strings and pitch percussion. And then after a pause, this process is repeated. Each segment should be about 20 seconds long. And obviously it's for variable instrumentation, right? But pitched instruments, probably classical instruments. So in the first segment, everyone plays this D one after another. Then in the next segment, people have to play the D and other people play the A above. Then the F sharp is added above that, and then it changes to an F natural. The A changes to a B in segment 4. So there's very small changes from one segment to the next. Um, Nothing fancy in terms of intonation. The whole thing is in equal temperament. The swells, like each segment, you're kind of swelling from niente to something and back down. So there's like a segment here that's just one section where everyone goes to forte. That's interesting. But if you look at the whole thing, it's just 3 systems, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 segments. Nice. Okay, Harmonium 1 is for 12 or more sustaining instruments, 1976. Harmonium 2 is for 2 guitars, 1977. Harmonium 3 is for 3 harps, 1980. Harmonium 4 is for tape delay, clarinet, alto, sax, tenor sax, vibes, piano, string quartet, and bass, 1982. Harmonium 5 is for string trio, 1982. Harmonium 6 is for flute, oboe, clarinet, bass clarinet, trumpet, string quartet, also 1982. And then Harmonium 7, I'm mistaken, not written in 1982 or not written in 2000. It should be 1982 as well. 12 or more sustaining instruments, if I'm correct here. Like this is all I see. So, I mean, the instrumentation is wrong in the score here. It says 8 or more sustaining instruments. Yeah, like every score. Okay, so this score is a little bit different. That's weird. But it also says 2000. But yeah, this one, which was scanned in the UNT music library, uh, the notes have ratios over them, which I think is kind of interesting. Whereas here, you just get the notes. So there's like pure intervals that they're supposed to be approximating, I think. That's interesting. And also, I don't know if this is part of the score. Yeah, it must be. But there's like these symbols on top that indicate, maybe some sort of microtonal deviation that they should have. Yeah, it says down here, uh, there's a symbol for a sixth of a semitone lower, 2/6 or 1/3 of a semitone lower, and then no deviation. So this is a version of the score that approximates it better. And there's a part for every type of instrument. So this looks like a much more definitive score. I don't know where I got my score. Yeah, there's like a version for every transposing instrument. You have all these whole number ratios for the notes, and then you have like microtonal stuff. So yeah, I guess that's one way of thinking about it. Let's have a listen here. Link in the video description. Okay, I hope you listened along to this. This is a really cool piece. I think I heard it first like way back when I was doing my master's or around that time, and um, it was nice to revisit it. I forgot how kind of inspiring it was for me. I think I did a lot of experiments that were kind of like this as a composer. It's very easy to play and it's very effective, and I like the incorporation of both sustaining and non-sustaining instruments. Like the piano, I think contributed a lot to the texture, just playing one note at a time. Um, I'd be curious to hear how it sounds with the microtonal intervals, which approximate just intervals a lot better. But I guess this equally tempered version is a lot more accessible um, for performers. Um, yeah, it's very harmonic series E. It kind of has a ceiling for a long time. Sits on this F sharp or F at the top. And then at the end of the piece, the big reveal is like you get a high B flat on top of that. Um, so yeah, kind of interesting. It's actually a lot more strict than a lot of the open instrumentation pieces we've been looking at because, like, for example, the Jordan Nobles pieces we were looking at, the pitches were more like pitch classes, like you could play them in any octave. This one, the octave is very important. The register is very important. So you have to choose instruments that can kind of play these notes that have a range that extends upward and downward enough that you have everything kind of covered from the low F. I think that's the lowest note, the and F below the bass clef, and then the highest note is the B flat, obviously above the treble clef. So, yeah, that's Harmonium 7, which I'm really hoping is from 2000 and not from 1982, like I read on the James Tenney website. But every other source seems to point towards 2000, like all the scores I can find. Okay, so today let's look at a very famous open score by James Tenney. I wrote this in Berlin in 1994. It's called In a Large Open Space, and it's for 12 or more sustaining instruments positioned around the audience in a large open space. So it's basically just a list of pitches which have to be accurate to the cent. The directions above that read, the musicians should be distributed in the space as widely and evenly as possible, with instruments of lower tessitura more central, higher ones more closer to the perimeter of the space. Each player plays one after another, one of the available pitches, anything that is within the range of their instrument. They should play very quietly, like pianissimo, with very soft attack, and as long as possible. If you can hold the note for 30 seconds or 60 seconds or play around that frequently, that's preferable. And you just keep doing this until the installation or performance is done. Um, so here are the pitches, starting with this low F, which most instruments are not going to be able to reach. A tuba or a double bass could reach that easily. The F an octave above, this C above that plus 2 cents. So this would be like a harmonic series from there, right? So that you take that F, that frequency, multiply it by factor of 2, by factor of 3, by factor of 4, by factor of 5, you get the A minus 14 cents. By factor of 6, again, the C plus 2 cents. Then the seventh partial is minus 31 cents. Um, the next interesting ones are partials 11 and 13, which are both kind of like almost a quarter tone off. Um, and then, yeah, it just keeps going up to the 32nd partial of the harmonic series. So the highest pitch is actually this F. I guess that would be F6. Yeah, he says here, instruments with variable intonation should be equipped with a tuning device so that they can like visualize how in tune or out of tune they are. And then instruments like accordion or piano should just ignore those pitches which are off. So they can only play pitches which deviate by 5 cents or less. So if you're playing piano, for example, you're pretty much just limited to the Fs and Cs and this G and yes, this G up here. And I think that's it. All the other ones deviate more. So pretty much just the first, second, and third partials, and then multiples of them, right? Like the ninth partial, the ninth partials, I guess. Yeah, that works too. So yeah, that's the piece. Just an F harmonic series, basically. But you're only gonna get bits of it, right? There's so many pitches available that likely not all of them will be sounding at the same time. You're just gonna hear like parts of the harmonic series. And depending where you are in the space, you're going to hear some louder than others, or closer to you, or farther away. So it's an interesting, like, spatialized thing. Okay, this is the version we're going to be listening to. It was recorded in, it looks like a large church in Montreal, June 3rd, 2016. I encourage you to listen to this recording as well. It's going to be, I mean, there's a link to it in the video description. It's not going to be the full experience because it's not live, but hopefully this will give you a sense of what this piece can look like when it's installed. There's a bunch of performers listed. Many of them are members of the Bozzini Quartet, a string quartet based in Montreal. And then there's a bunch of other names. We also have a nice mix of acoustic and electronic instruments. Oh, and an organ because we're at a church. So it should be kind of interesting. Again, like I didn't really mention this, but polyphonic instruments I think are still supposed to be playing one note at a time. So that will also kind of change your relationship to these instruments, right? And I think that's kind of interesting. Uh, yeah, okay. I'll see you in an hour. Just gonna put this on my TV and I'll say a little bit about the experience. I'm just gonna install it more or less in my home. Okay, hopefully you had a look at this video yourself and listened along. I just put the whole thing on. I did, have a shower while it was on, so I missed maybe 20 minutes of it. But also, uh, I found there's a lot of ads, so the whole essence of it was kind of interrupted by all the ads, so hopefully that wasn't a problem for everybody. Um, this performance looked really interesting. I don't know if a church is the best setting for the piece just because the pews are kind of fixed there and it orients the listeners in a specific way. Whereas I think it's supposed to be a little bit more open than that. It's supposed to be more unclear, like where the listeners are supposed to be. Also, you can't really put the organ is kind of in a fixed space and it's not in the center of the space, so like it doesn't really follow Tenney's instructions to play low pitches on the organ. Um, but regardless, I think it was a really interesting piece to explore. Like, I didn't realize it was just a harmonic series uh, until looking at the score today, and it's really a fascinating thing because it's like, of course, a harmonic series blurs the line between timbre and pitch, so everything sounds like it's blending more than it should. So you get this like one unified sound thing, but also it's coming from multiple different instruments and it's spatialized, and you as a listener are free to walk around. So in that sense, it is not blended. It is not one sound. It's actually many sounds. Um, so it's kind of an interesting meditation on like the group versus the individual or something like that. And yeah, I thought it was very effective. Okay, so today I'm going to be looking at some Christian Wolff. So we're jumping back into the 1970s here. Christian Wolff wrote a number of text scores from between the years of 1969 and 1971. And so the plan is I'm going to look at 4 separate pieces from 1971, and then later on in the series, we're going to look at 4 other pieces of his from 1969. The first piece we're going to look at is called Sticks on page 10. By the way, this score is by Frog Peak Music, which is a really interesting independent publisher of a lot of experimental music, honestly. Okay, so the way that Sticks works, this score just says make sounds with sticks of various kinds, one stick alone, several together, on other instruments, sustained as well as short. Don't mutilate trees or shrubbery. Don't break anything other than the sticks. Avoid outright fires unless they serve a practical purpose. You can begin when you have not heard a sound from a stick for a while.
Two or three can begin together. You may end when your sticks or one of them are broken small enough that a handful of the pieces in your hands cupped over each other are not, if shaken and unamplified, audible beyond your immediate vicinity. Or hum continuously on a low note, having started, proceed with other sounds simultaneously. When you can hum no longer, continue with other sounds, then stop. With several players, either only one should do this, or two pairs together, and any number individually. You can also do without sticks, but play the sounds and feelings you imagine a performance with sticks would have. So he kind of details, I mean, the first paragraph tells you what the piece is supposed to be, and then the next two paragraphs describe three kind of very different approaches to the piece. So you can just play until the size is like there's not enough stick to work with anymore because you've broken them too much. So that implies that most of the sounds you're making are breaking them. Or you can try to like internalize these sounds more bodily and like do a mixture of humming and making stick sounds until the group has decided they don't want to hum anymore, I guess. And then the third thing is you could just like play any music, but based on like the feelings that sticks arouse in you. Um, or like you can imagine this performance and then do a free improv or something. So yeah, that's that. If you're interested in Christian Wolff's music, we've already done it a couple of times. We've already looked at his music a couple of times on the channel. Here are the episode numbers for those. I think we just looked at some of his percussion music. And here's a 3-minute performance on YouTube. Maybe it'd be better to find something with visuals, seeing the performance itself. There we go, that's probably a good one. Link to this is in the video description, and I'll see you in, hold on, I need to figure out how long this thing is. Oh, this one's 14 minutes, so yeah. See you in 14. Okay, so I thought this was a fairly good performance. I'm not sure if they really followed the directions of the piece because there was plenty of stick left for them to work with by the end of it. So I think maybe they went a little bit overboard with the number of sticks involved in the performance. Um, there was definitely a good variety of sounds. I really like the performance of the woman who was second from the right. I think she um, took the performance very seriously. I was really drawn to her performance compared to the other four. I like the use of the table as an instrument as well, and I like the inclusion of drumsticks amongst the other sticks. I thought that was kind of funny. Um, yeah, I thought it was an interesting performance to put together, and could be a lot of fun in the context of like a percussion studio or some composer group at a university or something. Okay, that's it for sticks. Like I mentioned before, over the next 3 days, I'm going to be looking at more of these Wolff scores and modern, recent interpretations of them. Um, and I think I've been able to find something online for all of them. So that's why I'm doing these ones specifically. A lot of the stuff in this collection that doesn't have a online presence yet, so I can't really cover it, but glad I could start it off with this one here. Today I'm looking at You Blew It by Christian Wolff. This is pretty much the score. Yeah, it's just one page. The letters stand for the sounds as far as can be managed, which the letters in the above phrase stand for, except that OU stands for both the OU in U and the U in blue. Y, U, B, blue, it. T, U, blue, it, T, U, blue, U, it, U, blue, blue, T, U, B, l, U, T, U, blue, U, it. Inflections possible at line ends. Proper or rhetorical or declarative or ironical or displeased, pleased, displeased, or invoking. Pauses of any lengths are represented by the spaces between the letters or combination of letters. Durations of sounds may be long, 3 seconds or longer, or free. Where letters or combinations of letters are connected by a line, those before the line should be long and those after are free. Then at the next pair, those before the line are free and those after are long. Then both those before and those after are free. Thereafter freely between A, B, and C, and occasionally apply some of them to 2 successive sets of letters or combinations of letters connected by a line. Each of any number of players may start at any line. Repeat any line as often as desired before continuing to another, but do not return to it. Sing as many of the lines as desired. When using pitches, repeat no pitch on successive vocal articulations. Okay, so there's like this text that multiple performers are supposed to read through, and these big spaces are like silences, and then they're also supposed to carefully control and vary the length of the different sounds depending on what side of this M dash they're on. I guess I didn't really read through this correctly, but he says like you can end a line with a question mark, a period, or a exclamation mark. I was just reading the stuff in brackets, but what he's listing here is the punctuation marks that you can use. And believe it or not, this thing has been performed. There's a YouTube video, and this is a 2-minute performance. I'm not familiar with this ensemble. Ebb and Flow Ensemble. They recorded this 6 years ago and uploaded it to YouTube, and it only has 44 views. This piece is like the last Christian Wolff piece we looked at, composed in 1971. I don't know if it has much of a performance history, but it was published alongside a number of his other scores by Frog Peak Music. That's what I'm looking at, or I'm going to be looking at the next few days. So yeah, let's just give it a listen. Link to this video is in the description to my video, and we'll see how they do. It looks like a 2-person performance. Okay, kind of like the last Christian Wolff piece we looked at. The interpreters did not follow the directions exactly. So for example, he indicates that you can repeat any line any number of times, whereas these performers are repeating individual segments of each line, and I think they're just like pulling for a repertory of a few lines, which actually is okay. He says sing as many lines as desired, right? So that's fine. But I think these two performers kind of memorized a few lines of it, and then we're like just pulling from that to do more of a dramatic reading. And they set up, I mean, what I liked about it is they set up this like confrontation between the two of them, which I think ties in with the text, which is "You blew it," which I think is kind of confrontational. But yeah, I don't know if it's exactly what the composer had in mind. But yeah, I think like Christian Wolff, I'm finding a lot of his scores are very wordy, and he gives lots of directions, and they come across as a little bit too overthought, you know? It's like in reality, like this is
the thing that performers react to is like you called it this title, you blew it, and you gave them this text. And I don't know if a performer needs much more than that. Clearly, they can come up with something very creative on their own, right? Do they need all like this extra stuff? Like, I don't know. It seems like uh, if this was performed exactly, it would take a lot of preparation for not a lot of, I don't know, for a performance that is less dramatic and less intriguing than this one, you know? Um, so yeah, that was You Blew It. I think tomorrow we're gonna look at this one, Fits and Starts, and yeah, let me know in the comments what you thought of this score and this performance. Today I'm looking at another text score by Christian Wolff called Fits and Starts, which he wrote in 1971. Um, this one, just looking at it, takes a little bit of decoding, so I'm not just going to read it word for word. I'm going to actually kind of explain it out. Um, basically, it's for open instrumentation. You can play anything you want in this piece, but what's important is you are articulating something and then resting and then playing the same thing again. And you're counting beats. All players are counting beats in different ways depending on these sequences. They're also like they may be in different tempi. Um, and they also may, I mean, they are probably going to have different bits of musical material, but their little rhythm that they play or whatever it is should be about 2.5 seconds long or shorter. So it's like you play a little thing and then there's a big pause and then you play the same thing again. Now you can switch in and out of these sequences however you like, or you can just stick to one the whole time. I'm gonna write them out just so that you get a sense of what they are visually. I'm gonna represent the sounding with a zero, and then dots will be represent the beats where you're not playing. And also like this is just like the note onset of the whatever thing you're playing. It could be a couple beats long, right? But the first sequence, sequence number one, and actually let me make this bigger. So the first sequence is like you play something every 21 beats, or I'll do, yeah, but every sixth time you don't do it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then the sixth time you don't do it. So there's an extra long pause there. So that's the pattern. Um, I guess technically we shouldn't include the seventh one. So this is the pattern you're repeating in sequence one. Sequence two is a expanding pattern, like it continually expands. So it goes 11 beats, 12, 13, 14, 15, then we'll do 16, etc. That's sequence two. Sequence three is a repeating pattern of three things. So it goes, what is it? 10 beats, 29 beats, 60 beats. So boom, 29 beats, and then 60 beats. So that's the repeating pattern there. Sequence four, one articulation at the 120th beat, then two at the 100th. I think he means 1/10, because afterwards it continues to go down by 10. But anyways, we'll say 120th, then 100th, then 90th, then 80th, then 70th. It goes all the way down to 10 and then to 1. and then back up. So how am I going to represent this one? Basically, we'll do the first few. So also, I'm just going to represent it with two. Say, so in this like representation, your thing is just one beat long. Obviously, it could be longer, and you just repeat it twice, right? But yeah, there you go. We'll just copy that and then do 100 instead. Boom. Actually, I won't do that. I'll copy this and do 10 less. This actually might not take as long as I thought because I can just copy paste. This sequence takes really long to play through if you do the whole thing. And, unlike the third sequence, which is like ever expanding, this is like a loop. It goes down and back up. It's kind of like a triangle wave. And then this one will go down to 1 and back up. So we'll do 1 and then we'll just go back up. All right, boom. Should I copy the whole thing? Why not? I can keep track of them all. Anyways, you get the idea. That is sequence 4. Sequence 5 is you do one sound after 15 beats, or no, after you hear 4 articulations from the other people, then you count 15 beats, and then you play once, I guess. So we'll come up with a new symbol for this. So this is like after 15 after you hear 4 articulations, so we'll say 4x. After 4 articulations, well, we'll just do that symbol, A for articulations. So after you hear 4 of your other players doing things, then you count to 15 and you play once, okay? Then you listen again, 4 articulations. Then you count 4 beats, play. That's what I think it is, for just reading it here. Okay, so this one, it's after 3 sounds or articulations, and it's a pattern 50, 21, 3, 50, 21, 3. 3 articulations. Fifty. And what does it, how many do you make? You do, I keep reading the other one by mistake. So what am I looking at here? This is like, okay, I'm totally confused. There's only 2 options for this one. So the other one, one is that you listen every 4. This one you listen every 3. But the pattern here is 21, 3, 50. It's not just alternating 21, 3. And you do 2 sound articulations instead of 1, is what I understand. So this is missing counting to 50. So that's the pattern you repeat. Okay, fine. 6, one sound or articulation every 42 beats. So it's just a straight pattern. Or you do 2 sound articulations every 29th or 50th beat. So there's actually 3 options here. You do 1 every. So this 6th one has the most options because it's like kind of just destroying the whole notion of these sequences being distinct things. But it's actually the simplest. It's just you're just repeating one pattern over and over again. So then 2 sounds every 29 or 2 sounds every what was it, 50th or something? 58th. Okay, wow. So that I thought this would be easy to explain, but it was actually confusing as hell. Um, he sort of defeats the whole exercise of meticulously writing these instructions out Because at the end, he just says when a player has a sense of the music of his rhythms, he may proceed simply on the basis of that sense and hence to her own rhythms. So it's just like, yeah, or you could just mess around. Like this is just like an idea of what it could sound like. It's very meticulous, but once you get a sense for how long these pauses should be and how irregular but also patterned, then yeah, just do that. No one will be able to hear the difference anyway. So okay, this is like infuriating, but I guess I kind of respect that. Also, this is a really weird text because Wolff alternates pronouns. Like it's like it switches between her and his, which I find really strange for something from 1971. Uh, so yeah, that is fits and starts. This recording I'm going to look at actually is 5 electric guitars, so should be interesting. Link to this is in the video description. Um, has a fair number of views, not a ton, but like 300 something. So um, happy to share it with people. And it's not too old either, just it's 8 years or so. So yeah. Okay, so this is probably one of the weirdest recordings I've listened to on the channel. Um, because it's as you can see at the end here, just constructed in a DAW with audio clips. This person decided to just do this mock-up kind of demonstration of what the piece would sound like if you just follow each sequence exactly, no switching between sequences, no interpretive stuff going on, and possibly they're all in the same tempo, just based on how frequently they're lining up and stuff. But yeah, you can kind of see the fifth one, which is at the bottom, is a lot more sparse than the other ones because it's reacting to them, right? You have to like hear 4 different sounds before you can start counting. So that's kind of interesting. Um, I like how this YouTuber decided to go with like little electric guitar riffs, like the most obnoxious little things ever, which is so not Christian Wolff's vision. Like, there's no way that that's what he was thinking of. He was probably imagining something more like free improv or maybe minimalistic, like literally just saying a word or like tapping a drum or something. Um, which kind of goes to show that like these open scores are really not that open. Like you can kind of ruin the aesthetic while still adhering to them very strictly. So I found this really funny and entertaining. A little bit annoying. I would have liked to hear a live version more, but maybe there is one on YouTube. Let me just subscribe to this guy first. No, there's not really anything else online. I'm sure it was performed in the past, but it's an interesting thought experiment, right? It's like, can you create something that sounds aleatoric and random, even though it is strictly prescribed? Maybe you can, right? Yeah, I think the resulting thing sounds very free, but as you can see, like just mapping out all these different things, they're very specific. And yeah, so that is fits and starts. Um, Not sure what I learned from listening to this. I guess it's an interesting little piece of history. It is like 1971, like it's really original for its time. Very difficult piece to realize. Um, Tomorrow we're going to be looking at one called Looking North. That'll be uh, also from 1971. Okay, so today I'm going to be listening to a performance of Christian Wolff's piece Looking North. There's a few versions online, so it's not poorly performed. Uh, and this is the score. So think of, imagine, devise a pulse, any you choose of any design. When you hear a sound or see a movement or smell a smell or feel any sensation, not seeming to emanate from yourself, whose location and time you can sense, and its occurrence coincides at some point with your pulse, make your pulse evident. So in some degree for any duration, express all coincidences, express only every 10th coincidence, forget your pulse and play as closely as you can to every second, fifth, 20th, single expression of pulse or one other player. Play a very long, generally low-pitched and quiet melody without particular reference to a pulse. Only do that once. Stop at any point. At any point, think of another pulse and proceed as above. Or think of, imagine, devise any number of pulses and so on as above. So uh, Wolff lists some very specific things here, but I think the general idea is this text is supposed to get performers to internalize their own pulses rather than agreeing on one together, and then play in different tempi at the same time, basically, but also listen to one another, right? So it's kind of poses this interesting problem where it's like if we don't have a beat that's coordinating, how other like what other ways can we have to coordinate? And um, I'm not sure if a lot of other text scores from the 70s have done this as well, but it poses an interesting question, especially like, for example, performers who are differently abled or are maybe not able to feel a pulse, like it's a little bit more accessible than traditional music making, this idea. Or say you're trying to perform over Zoom or some video conferencing platform or something, um, then this type of performing makes total sense and actually works, and you avoid all those problems of staying in time that come with long distance performance and stuff. So I think this is an interesting piece to know about. Um, it's kind of hard to, because it's so embodied, right? It's kind of hard to judge a performance like based on these criteria, because it's hard to know what pulse the performer is thinking exactly. Um, but yeah, I think these suggestions are helpful. Like you can subdivide your pulse and create durations out of it, and these don't have to be square. Like try to avoid like dividing it into 16 and then 8 and then 4. You can think of every 10th pulse or every 5th or 2nd or whatever. Um, or you can ignore the pulse and still think about it, right? So don't even feel like you have to play in time with yourself. So I think those two suggestions in particular, C and D, are really interesting. Um, yeah, I think that's all I have to say about it, really. Um, so there's this one recording. That's an excerpt from American Composers 1. And then there's a couple live performances from A Place to Listen ensemble, which seems to be a smaller organization. Then there's this performance here. Maybe we'll go with the oldest one, which would be this one. It looks like it's going to be melodica, harmonium, clarinet, mandolin, and toy piano. Link to this in the video description. Okay, I thought this was a interesting enough performance. It was very quiet and had a lot of silences. You could hear some traffic noise in the background. Trying to figure out what this concert series is where it was premiered. Yeah, it's hard to say. I guess Laura Brandes is the person who runs it. If we look at their videos, we have Anton Boger. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Christopher Reich, some more Christian Wolff. They did a bunch of that. Some Michael Pizarro. They have some black and white recordings of concerts. See, all seems pretty small scale. Uh, no idea where they're based, but yeah, I think that's one interpretation of this. It's sort of in keeping with um, that sort of free improv aesthetic, where you're sort of avoiding any sort of cliche or cultural trope, and uh, yeah, kind of Cajun with the amount of silence in it. I also liked the ensemble itself was kind of interesting. Um, so yeah, that was looking north. Tomorrow and the day after, gonna look at a couple James Tenney text scores from 1971, I think, yeah, I think also 1971. So um, thank you for exploring another Christian Wolff score with me today. Okay, today's score is a classic text score by American composer James Tenney. It's called Swell Piece Number 2, and it was written in 1971, alongside Swell Piece Number 3, which we'll look at tomorrow. It's dedicated to Pauline Oliveros. Pauline Oliveros is another American composer who was kind of a pioneer of the the discipline of deep listening, which went on to inform all kinds of things like acoustic ecology. So she was this kind of like post-Cajun experimental composer, somewhat associated with the Fluxus movement in New York in the 1970s, and she went on to have a pretty rich career after that. Um, so what does this piece have to do with deep listening? I guess we'll see. Um, the text reads, you need five or more different sustaining instruments. Each performer plays A440, beginning as softly as possible, building up to maximum intensity, and then fading away again uh, into individual silence. This process is repeated by each performer in a way that is rhythmically independent of any other performer until a previously agreed upon length of time has elapsed, within each tone as little change of pitch or timbre as possible. So A440 is obviously a tuning note that most orchestras use. So there's this sort of idea of tuning, of an ensemble tuning and being in tune with one another. But there's also this idea of timbre and how do you perform without changing the timbre of your instrument or changing the pitch, just keeping that timbre the same. Obviously, it's intended for instruments with different timbres, like there's supposed to be some sort of independence of timbre, um, but I guess it has to sound uh, like the emphasis has to be on the pitch instead or something on that A440. With that, I think we can just listen to it. A link to the recording is in the video description. I'll see you in however long this performance is. Okay, hopefully you took the time to listen to this one. I went with this recording from New World Records just so that I could have a YouTube link to put in a playlist or whatever. This is a 10-minute version. From what I could hear, there was like a couple different wind instruments, definitely one flute, maybe a clarinet or a saxophone, and definitely some high strings. Maybe there's a violin and a cello playing the same A or something, like two different string timbres. And yeah, I thought it was a really faithful interpretation of what Tenney wrote. I think it also took into account the dedicatee because there were lots of silences, and it seemed like they sort of like had a performance practice where like one person would lead a swell and everyone else would enter and also swell, and usually they would all stop together for a time, like once everyone had done one swell kind of thing, and then they'd do it again. Um, so definitely interesting. I think you could also do a version where it was just continuous sound and the performers kind of ignored one another more. But this is an interesting way of doing it. I think it's a lot more effective probably in a live setting, where you can kind of hear the sound spatialized and also you can hear the timbres of the different instruments properly, and also the like acoustics of the room that it's played in. Um, but yeah, I think it's really cool. It'd be really interesting to hear it with an orchestra because you would assume they're tuning, but you're not allowed to change the pitch, so you can't really tune your instrument. You have to actually just play the note, whether it's a little bit out of tune or not. Like a lot of Tenney's pieces, it brings to mind like the sounds of electronic music. So at a certain point, it almost sounded like a synthesizer or something, just playing with different synthesizer knobs to change the waveform. So yeah, that's that one. Tomorrow we're gonna look at swell piece number 3. I'll probably make the video even shorter than this one. So today's piece is swell piece number 3 by James Tenney. Um, this one was written, it's one of his postal pieces, so it was written on a postcard. It shares a postcard with swell piece number 2, which we looked at yesterday. Um, so that's why this one has his name and date at the bottom. So yeah, swell piece number 2 for 8 or more different sustaining instruments with respect to composer Lamont Young and his composition 1960 number 7. Divide the instruments into two approximately equal numbered groups, primarily on the basis of a treble or bass distinction. The higher pitched group plays the F sharp a tritone above middle C, the lower pitched group the B a fifth below. Play as in swell piece number 2, but for a long time, in quotes. March 1971. So, referring back to swell piece number 2, to play as in, he just means like beginning as softly as possible, building up to a maximum intensity, then fading away again, with the performers sort of like asynchronous, right? They're not synchronized with one another. Um, the reason why this is dedicated to Lamont Young and why he's referring to this piece is Lamont Young has a conceptual piece called Composition number 7, which is just a what Tenney is describing here, a B and an F sharp, with the instruction to hold for a long time. So Tenney is sort of like taking this concept that he's already established with swell piece number 1 and swell piece number 2, and then he's sort of like referencing the work of a contemporaneous composer, right? And this is 11 years after that Lamont Young piece, right? So it's a fairly long time ago. Like people have been doing text scores for a long time by the time Tenney made this thing, so um, that's something to keep in mind, right? This is something that people were doing in the 60s, and Tenney's approach like is a little bit different, but it's not necessarily more radical in any way. He just like is sort of being more playful with it, referencing other composers, for example. But that's one thing about Tenney's postal pieces is they're meant to be like given to people. There's this sense of like a larger community behind them. So, yeah, that's all I'll say about this one. Recording is in the video description if you'd like to listen to this thing. And I'll see you in 10 minutes and I'll let you know what I thought of this performance. Okay, so this went about as you would expect. No surprises there. When we looked at Swell Piece 2, this was the same group of performers. They chose to break that one up with silences, whereas this one they go for the continuous sound, which of course is a better reference to the Lomond Young. Um, yeah, not a lot to say about it. It's great that we have recordings like this online so that you get a sense of the piece. I think this one doesn't stand on its own as well as Swell Piece number 2, but it is a nice addition to the series of pieces, and I don't know, maybe if you look at all three of them together, it's kind of a fun thing to have. Maybe later in the series we will look at this piece, composition number 7, towards the end of the series, and that'll round things out nicely. All right, so today's score is going to be another piece by Christian Wolff, from his prose collection as it was later published. So this one, we're going to 1969 with a piece called Crazy Mad Love. So the first instruction is a number of articulations of any kind per word, using any of the 3 words in any sequence and freely repeated. So the 3 words are crazy mad love, right? And I'm assuming an articulation is a syllable. So yeah, there's also this additional instruction. One articulation must be managed as far as possible, particularly with a 2-syllable word. Observe the numbers in the sequence given, which can be repeated as often as desired and cut off at any point. Spaces, pauses between numbers are free. So the sequence of numbers is 5212, 1121, 3312. You might also interpret that 11 as 2 ones with no space in between. But I'm just going to think of it as 11. So yeah, let's say I'm just speaking these words. So I'll go through the whole sequence once and see how I can do this. Crazy, mad, love, mad. Mad, love. Love. Crazy. Crazy, 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 mad. Love. Love. Mad. Crazy, mad. Crazy, love. Love. Crazy. So yeah, that's one full sequence. Again, like I was just saying before, you could vary those pauses up. You could say the different articulations in a different rhythm, probably. Nothing's saying here you can't sing it. You could start in the middle of the sequence. You could just repeat a couple numbers from the sequence, so maybe just like 11 to 1 over and over again. You could read it probably from right to left instead of left to right, as I just did. And this is not just a vocal piece, so you could have someone playing an instrument and reading through the same numbers. They just don't have to worry about fitting the words to the numbers. And it directs, between 1 and 6 people should perform this. And if there's more than one person performing, you should have at least, oh no, I think it says you need at least one vocal and one non-vocal kind of performance thing. So if you have one person playing, I guess they'd have to be speaking while playing snare drum or something like that, is what I'm gathering. But you could also have like five people speaking and one person playing clarinet. It doesn't. It's sort of just like a framework for free improv, kind of. Um, so yeah, this piece kind of reminds me of a piece we looked at a couple days ago. Which one was it? Uh, this one, Fits and Starts, had this very complicated way of like organizing sound and silence, and it was kind of based on the articulations in Wolff's words. So that's kind of what this is, and I think this is a little bit more inviting as a score. And the reason I'm covering it is I think there are some recordings of it on YouTube, so that's what we're going to listen to today. And if you want to listen to the same performance I'm going to be listening to, there's a link in the video description as always. Okay, so I was listening to this really random video, first one that popped up by, I guess, Ensemble ABB. Um, and the YouTube channel has 2 subscribers, no other videos, so I don't really know what this organization is, but it seemed to be maybe German. Um, I thought it was a really good free improv session. Like I liked that it started really strong and then it kind of slowed down halfway through and had this quiet ending. It really had a whole like arc. Um, Technically they're adding a seventh performer, which is a little bit outside of the realm of the score. But I liked the liberties they took to like play with different vocalizations, shouting, whispering, singing, and then also the variety of like instruments and sounds they picked. Um, I guess probably inspired by the text, like lots of percussion type, found percussion kind of sounds. Um, yeah, cool piece. I think this that really demonstrates its potential. Um, and yeah, I guess tomorrow we'll be looking at another piece by Christian Wolff, also from 1969. There's actually 3 more of them from this year, and then we'll move on from the prose collection. I mentioned this before, but there's like quite a lot of scores in here. Yeah, 14 scores, but only about 8 of them have easy to find recordings online right now. So, uh, yeah, we have 3 more to cover basically. Today I'm looking at another score by American composer Christian Wolff. This score is called Song from 1969. It's for variable instrumentation, so you need one singer, but then any number of singers or instruments could accompany. Um, the singer should choose a name she likes. If it is the name of someone you yourself know, then use the full first name. If not, use the first, middle, and surname. Make one sound on each syllable of the name or for each letter or combination of letters, not exceeding a syllable in length. And once make 3 sounds on a syllable or letter or combination of letters. Do not repeat the name more than once, if that. The accompaniment should be made up of chords of at least 5 sounds. One sound may sustain through from one chord to another, but not through more than 2 subsequent chords. Once use 4 sounds for a chord. Play each chord simultaneously with a sound of the singer. If there is only one name, the singer should at some point make one of his or her sounds without accompaniment. If more than one, 2 sounds without accompaniment. Okay, so this is pretty dense. Basically, the text is the name of the singer, and it should be broken up into phonemes, um, so that the piece can have a substantial duration. But you're not really supposed to repeat uh, previous phonemes. Like once you move from one to the next, then you're there, and you have to work on that phoneme, maybe repeating it, keeping it going. Um, you know, the second paragraph that talks about chords, I think, is a little bit more difficult to pull down because a chord is kind of this abstract concept. But I guess like here he's not really like breaking up the chord into notes, he's breaking it up into sounds. So I'm assuming it's like a chord is just like a bunch of sounds simultaneously. They may be notes, maybe they're not notes. And they're sustaining sounds for the most part, right? So they can sustain into the next chord. They can't sustain past too many. And I guess you have to plan logistically some other things like the singer being exposed at a certain point with no accompaniment. Um, that may happen once, it may happen a couple times. And then for whatever reason, most of these chords are supposed to have at least 5 notes or sounds or whatever, but one of them should only have 4. So that's another thing you have to plan or work into your performance. So a lot of this stuff is, I think, has to be planned ahead of time. It seems kind of difficult to improvise freely. But, it's very open in other respects, like the types of sounds you decide to use, the pacing, how many people are playing, like all of that is very, very open. So I'm curious to see how this is realized. I did find a YouTube recording right away, which is why I added it to my spreadsheet. So the name will be Laura Brandes, or maybe just Laura. And the voice is being accompanied by banjo, harmonium, clarinet, mandolin, and toy piano. So all very kind of pitched instruments. Nothing too noisy here. And some of them, like toy piano and mandolin, don't really sustain that well. So that adds another challenge to constructing this. Link to this is in the video description. Um, it seems to have a few, like quite a number of views just because it was uploaded so long ago. Yeah, this is the same channel we looked at for another one of Christian Wolff's pieces. I think when we looked at, what was it? You Blew It. I forget what episode that was. That one, this was also the only channel that really had a proper recording of it. So, um, yeah, kudos to them for doing it, so we can cover it. And I'll see you in 3.5 minutes, I guess. Okay, so this recording was really interesting, kind of a strange approach, although I'm not surprised that they went very quiet and meditative with it. There's like silences between each sort of event. Um, so that actually gives the ensemble a lot of room to take the stuff into account while they improvise. Now, I don't think I heard at least 5 sounds per like little articulation, you could say. It's definitely less than that, but most listeners are not going to be familiar with the score, so they're probably not gonna know. Um, that's sort of like a trend that I found with this channel is they kind of just disregard the score a little bit. They do create really interesting things out of it, but yeah, it's just like why wouldn't you just have more people playing and just do what is asked? I don't know. Hopefully this session um made you think about composing differently. I know we've done a lot of these text scores by Christian Wolff.
Maybe you're seeing some trends. This one I think is preoccupied with like the singer versus accompaniment relationship and is actually preoccupied with text, which I think is kind of interesting. Tomorrow, I think the next one we're going to look at is called Play, and this one seems to be performed a little bit more often. And then the one after that is Stones, which I think is by far the most famous text score by Wolff. So we're gonna end strong. Um, yeah, thank you if you made it this far in the video for exploring this with me. Uh, Today we're going to be investigating a text score by Christian Wolff from 1969. It's called Play. There's a short version of it, and then there's a longer version of it, which is called Color version. I'm not sure what recording we're going to find today, so maybe I'll just go through both here. They both look a little bit wordy, but that's kind of expected with Wolff's text scores. So this first one is just one big paragraph. It says play, make sounds in short bursts, clear and outline for the most part, quiet, 2 or 3 times move towards as loud as possible, but as soon as you cannot hear yourself or another player, stop directly. Allow various spaces between playing, sometimes overlap events. 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 times, play a long sound or complex or sequence of sounds. Sometimes play independently, sometimes by coordinating with other players. Or a player should play at a signal over which he/she/they has no control at some point or throughout. Use electricity. So it's very open and it's clearly concerned more with how performers interact with one another. So I think you kind of need to perform this with more than one person. The last sentence is kind of interesting. Use electricity, um, maybe some sort of signal or pre-recorded thing. Some sort of electronic music could add another element to the piece. Yeah, it's very, very interesting. It's kind of just in 3 run-on sentences. The longer sentences kind of suggest all kinds of different things in performance, and then the shorter sentences kind of ask something specific from the piece. But I'm skeptical that people care about those shorter sentences. Okay, and then the color version says play, make, sounds, etc. Red, blue, white, green, yellow, black, silver, sharp, short sound, flat, silence, simpler relationships, mixed with less simple, with breath or air, soft, long, thin, or flourished. Variable shades. Colors need not be symbols for sounds nor sounds for colors. Consider making sometimes a fabric with some design in it, but not in 2 dimensions, or allow for the possibility of periodicities appearing and disappearing. For instance, shortly on being identified, or immediately on being initiated, or within 3 to 7 seconds of a signal. At some point, drop 2 of the colors and 2 of the descriptions listed above, and shortly before finishing, introduce 5 new ones. Are musical sounds to other sounds as black and white is to color? Are the colors necessary? Lights, painting, confetti, and colors already there? What about texture? Smooth, lumpy, gritty, streaks, powdered, smeared, even, edged, trailing. Colors are not to objects one sees as a sound quality to sounds one hears, or are they? Okay, we have a 15-minute version here for soprano saxophone, percussion, cassette recorders, that's the electronic element, and dance, that might refer more to the color version. Then we have a 13-minute version with a whole chamber ensemble here. Doesn't really list the instruments, but it looks like a couple guitars, bass, percussion, and piano. And then there's this version, which someone is just doing solo piano. There's this random SoundCloud recording, no listing of improvisers or instruments. So not bad. There's at least four recordings to choose from. I'm probably gonna go with this first one just because I like that they cared to include electricity and that there's a visual element. This was presented part of this concert. Cage, Wolff, Ichianagi composed improvisations for music and dance. Portland, Oregon, USA, shortly before the pandemic. And yeah, it's part of Notice Recordings, which is a cassette label, and the Extradition series, which is a concert series of experimental music, I guess also in Portland. And again, it's 15 minutes, so I'll see you in a little while here. Okay, so unfortunately there was no video of the dance in this recording. It was just an audio recording. Um, but it was kind of fun. I liked the use of tape as sort of like it was just recording the live music and playing it back and manipulating it live. I thought that was really cool. So uh, yeah, not a bad interpretation. I think it really matched the text, particularly of the first version, not the color version necessarily. So yeah, a cool opportunity to listen to some live cassette tape performance. Kind of reminded me of some like early Merzbow, something like that. Today's score is Stones from 1969 by Christian Wolff. Make sounds with stones, draw sounds out of stones, using a number of sizes and kinds and colors, for the most part discreetly, sometimes in rapid sequences. For the most part striking stones with stones, but also stones on other surfaces. For example, inside the open head of a drum, or other than struck, bowed for instance, or amplified. Do not break anything. So I'm including this in the open instrumentation series because there's a suggestion in here of playing a drum with stones. So I think you could technically include other instruments into this piece. You would just have to be playing those instruments with stones. I don't think I've seen interpretations of this that are like that, but I don't know. I feel like you could do a lot of creative stuff with stones inside a piano, for example. So there is some sort of like concert hall experience, I think, that this piece has become associated with. I think out of the text scores by Christian Wolff that we've looked at, this is by far the shortest. It's the most concise, and unsurprisingly, it is the most performed. I think a lot of people know about this piece, particularly anyone who specializes in like free improv or open scores. And it's a novel idea, right? Especially for 1969. So, just Googling it, there is a edition Wandelweiser performance, which is over an hour long. That might be interesting. Um, there's a couple 5-minute ones on YouTube. Ensemble for Experimental Music and Theater, EEMT. There's also this one, this recording, which is 15 minutes long, just popping up here. Uh, there's this recording from, these are different members of an improvisation space. Interesting. What is this? E42.88. Anyways, it looks like a some sort of free improv collective. Okay, well, since we've looked at so many Christian Wolff scores from this little prose collection, I can say that this score does echo some themes from other text scores of his. His work Play that we looked at the other day talked a lot about colors.
and had a color version. So I think it's interesting that he mentions the color of the stones being important in this. And there's some sort of like connection that the improvisers can like make, or maybe the improv can be inspired by the colors of the stones, right? There's this sort of like type of prose that I think is common in all of these scores where he'll have quite a complicated sentence where it's difficult to figure out what the subject is in the sentence, and there's lots of different punctuation. So here we have commas and semicolons in the um, first sentence. So I think in this first sentence the subject is sounds. Like you might think stones is the subject here, but I think he's actually talking about sounds here. And here the subject is you, the performer. The subject isn't stones in this sentence either, right? He's leaving it out, but it's like for the most part you are striking stones with stones, but also you are striking stones on other surfaces or bowing them, or So I think like he's very good at dodging the subject of the sentence, which gives his prose this kind of like confusing quality to it, so kind of like stream of consciousness thing. And then, of course, he has sentences that are often very, very direct, so to break up the text. So, I mean, this is like a very concise version of what we've been seeing in like all these other prose pieces of his. Um, so yeah, I think today I'm actually gonna indulge a little bit and listen to the Wandelweiser recording. That's the link that'll be in the description today. And before that, I'll just like shower and have lunch and stuff. So after all that, I will reconvene here and tell you my thoughts on that recording. Um, but as I just demonstrated, there's like another album with 19 other interpretations, so there's no shortage of interpretations to choose from if you want to listen to something else.
Okay, so I decided to lie in bed and listen to this album, and these are just my immediate thoughts. It was it's a very quiet recording. Like I really had to crank my headphones up all the way. And a lot of the sounds are so quiet that they're barely audible over the room noise. It did take a bit of like getting into it, just like getting used to the sound of all these different recordings happening simultaneously, all these different room noises, hearing all these like subtle sounds of the performers moving and like moving as they are about to play. Then for maybe the first half hour, I was kind of fading in and out of sleep, and then the second half of the album kind of kept my attention a bit more. I started to become more aware of the fact that this was not one performance, but actually 7 performances. It was like I could kind of place in the mix these different columns of noise and sound, and that made it a little bit easier to listen to. I couldn't really tell where a lot of the sounds were coming from. Of course, there's like the clicking of rocks together, which is the most familiar sound, and probably the one that comes to mind. Like it has very clear association. Then the more like friction-y sounds and sounds with other implements other than rocks, I found it very difficult to figure out what it was. I don't know if I liked it or disliked it. Probably neither. I feel very neutral about it by the end of it. There's definitely a focus on sound, uh, but I think mostly by the way of like dulling other senses. Like the performers are blind and deaf to one another in this project, and I'm blind to what the performers are doing because there's no video components. So it definitely made me think about sound and hearing. Yeah, that's my thoughts, and that's it for the Pros collection of Christian Wolff's tech scores, at least for this channel.
Okay, so today's piece is Pairs by Christian Wolff. This is a piece from 1968. And it could be for 2 players or 4 or 6 or 8, etc., I think. And this is edition CF Peters. So if you actually go to the last page where I just was, you have a list of Christian Wolff's works, which are offered by Edition Peters. We're not going to get into that, but yeah, the score for this one is pretty iconic looking. It's like divided into these little sections, numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. And then each page it starts over. So I think there's 5 things on each page. And then there's these instructions, which I've never really taken the time to listen to read before. So why don't we just get into it and see if we can make heads or tails of this? So again, yeah, it's any instrument or voice or whatever. So yeah, it can be for anything, but many pitches in the score are specified. And there's also like some small slides and sustain sounds that are asked of you. And everything has to be read in either bass or treble clef. Yeah, there's no clefs actually in the score, so you have to imagine the bass clef or treble clef. Yeah, if a pitch is not available to you, you can transpose it by a number of octaves. There's different symbols, so this one, the arrow pointing up, is a high. This one pointing down is a low. So I guess like a high point in a line or phrase, a low point in a line or phrase. Diagonal arrow from a note head is a slide or glissando. If it is like you have this line without an arrow, that directs you to angle up or down the pitch of your note by less than a half step. So sort of like a microtonal accidental. If there's a slash through the note head, it says play with some sort of alternation of normal timbre and I guess non-normal timbre. So like a timbral trill or something like that. And then if there's a cross through it, through the note head, alter the timbre to the point of making the pitch unrecognizable. So square notes are variably long, block notes are variably short, white note heads are free in duration, 16th notes rapid, 8th notes about half as fast as those rapid notes. Okay, let's have a look at what is on the page here. So yeah, these square note heads are for long duration. You can see the top voice or instrument has a little slide up and down, right? At least a semitone. And then there's a high point at the end for that first line, right? Okay, so yeah, we're deciphering some of it here. T is equal to a different timbre than the one preceding. 2T would mean play 2 different timbres, so let's see if we can find that in the score. There's 3T, for example, in the third thing. So, and that is like a low point or a low note of indeterminate duration. You need 3 different timbres there. In section 2, so section 1 seems to be pretty straightforward, like one player reads the top line, the other player reads the other one. Section 2, where there are ledger lines not associated with staves, one player of a pair plays any pitch, and the other must aim at an interval from that pitch indicated by the lines. So if we look at 2 on the first page, right, we have this non-staff thing. That's just like an interval that could be anywhere. But I guess one of the players, like the bottom player probably, is determining what the lower pitch is of that interval, and the other player has to figure out. Yeah. Okay. In section 4, the numbers over the notes are a number of pitches to be played within less than half tone. For example, you have to play 3 different pitches in this very, very fast 16th note, right? Or the lower player has to, in 4 there. Section 5, the pitches given in parentheses may be applied to the notes near them. They are not themselves notes to be played. Yeah, so you have pitches in parentheses here in number 5. Okay, so if only 1 or 2 pairs play, they can use more than 1 page each. But I guess if you have 8 players, then each pair is only playing off of 1 page. Coordination of particular notes is only indicated within pairs. Okay, so like the reason why it's like several pages is because you can have multiple pairs of people playing it, right? So that makes sense. It's kind of modular. You could have all 4 pages happening at the same time, but maybe broken up into 5 movements. And it looks like only the 5th, yeah, the 5th movement is only present on the first page. Every other page, it's not there. So regardless of how many people are playing, there's going to be 1 pair of people playing the last bit of the piece. In any section, any note or grouping of notes can be repeated once at any point in a performance, so it's very open in that respect. And then the player can decide whether to articulate the different sections, to what extent, and how. Okay, that answers my question. So yeah, you could put pauses between these sections as if they were different movements, or you could just not articulate a distinction between them. Maybe you just play them in order, or maybe you don't. It really seems like they are supposed to be played in order. Yeah, I'm not finding a lot immediately, at least in English. So there's a variety of recordings on YouTube. There's like a 5-minute one titled version 1. There's a 3-minute recording titled version 2. There's a 7-minute recording here. So yeah, why don't we just listen to version 1, whatever that means. And I'm tempted not to really follow along with the score because it's so open. But yeah, this is sort of what the performers are working with, right? So I think it takes a little bit of rehearsal and decoding, and who knows how freely it comes off in performance, or how much of it is kind of like scripted by the time you figure it out. Okay, so link to this in the video description. I'll see you all in 5 minutes. Okay, so my thoughts on this performance and the piece overall. Yeah, I felt like the way that the score looks and is presented and sort of is spatialized, the sort of cutaway score thing, and all the different symbols, I think it really informs how people go about improvising, oddly enough. And I don't doubt that these performers were really reading what's on the page, but I think there's also a lot of stuff that they just added, and which like kind of disrupted whatever you could follow, you know. I think also this is a weird recording because there's three performers. So one performer is playing piano and celesta and functionally doing the work of two performers, um, which also doesn't really follow what the score tells you to do. Um, I think it's kind of interesting that there's these moments where performers have to coordinate. They actually have to play at the same time. And I also like the notation, the timbral notation, where it's like you need to play three different timbres here. I think that really also like informed the improvisation, and these performers came up with some really interesting sounds because of that small little notation. Today I'm going to be listening to Swell piece by James Tenney. He wrote this in 1967. It's a simple text score which he dedicated to Alison Knowles. And here it reads: to be performed by any number of instruments beyond three and lasting any length of time previously agreed upon. Each performer plays one long tone after another, actual durations and pitches free and independent. Each tone begins as softly as possible, building to maximum intensity, then fading away into individual silence. Within each tone, as little change of pitch or timbre as possible, in spite of the changes in intensity. Alison Knowles was an important artist for the Fluxus movement. James Tenney was also a part of the Fluxus movement, and this score is representative of that. Alison was known for her performance art as well as her printmaking. She did her own event scores and indeterminacy kind of scores. She died very recently, 2025, born in 1933. Maybe I could find one representative work here. So, event scores were invented by George Brecht. Good to know. But influenced by John Cage, obviously. And Allison was not the only composer to do this, nor was James Tenney. Obviously, Brecht did it as well, and Yoko Ono is very famous for doing them. I'm sure you could consider many of Pauline Oliveiros' scores to be kind of event scores. So, for example, she has a piece called The Identical Lunch from 1969, which reads: a tuna fish sandwich on wheat toast with lettuce and butter, no mayo, and a cup of soup or a glass of buttermilk. It's reflective of her daily lunch routine. Uh, and yeah, I guess she has some sound works too, which I'm unfortunately not familiar with. Let's have a listen to this thing. We've listened to the other two sequels to this piece. Those ones are more restrictive in terms of pitch. This is like pretty much exactly the same thing, except you can pick any pitch you want. So it's a little bit more random or pseudo random what notes happen. And possibly the reason for having at least three players is that you get sort of a variety of intervals happening at the same time. Um, yeah, I'll see you all in a little bit. I'm just going to find a recording and listen to this. Okay, yeah. So it's a really interesting recording. I think the other two Swell pieces, we also listened to the New World Records recordings. Um, this one I've listened to it before, but I forgot how many long silences there are in it. There's nice little gaps in the listening, which just kind of happen. And you don't hear every combination of instruments until well into the piece, so I think they do a pretty good job of pacing it. They also do a really good job of minding this direction, which is as little change as possible, pitch or timbre. Um, so they really get that effect, which I think Tenney is going for, where the sounds are almost electronic sounding or synthesized. There's no vibrato here, and I guess like the uh, because it can be any pitch. It does remind me a little bit more of electronics, just like it sounds like kind of a sample and hold kind of randomness, which is would be really easy to do with electronics, but hearing performers do it is kind of cool. So that's my thoughts on this one. Um, I highly encourage you to look at the other Swell pieces that I've covered. Maybe I could have covered them all in one episode, but he wrote this one in 67 and then the other two in 71. So there's quite a big gap between them. And I think they represent different moments in his sort of Fluxus career, you could say. Um, so yeah, that's it for James Tenney for this whole open instrumentation series, I believe. And tomorrow we're looking at another Christian Wolff piece, I think. Today I'm looking at a score by Christian Wolff. It's called For One, Two, or Three People. This is a publication of it by C.F. Peters. And there's some sort of like stamp on every page. Conservatoire National Supérieur de Musique et de Danse de Paris. So, um, Paris Conservatoire, I guess, is where this was photocopied. Don't know how it came into my possession. There's two really dense pages of instructions, and then the score itself looks kind of interesting. It's got a lot of different symbols to decipher, and each page is numbered with a Roman numeral, it looks like, with the last one being number 10. My mistake, it's not in 10 movements, it's in 10 parts. So the performance can be made up of any number of them. So yeah, it's more modular than what I was thinking. Each part or page is a score, and each player should have a copy of it. Okay, so it is kind of like a score then. I don't know why he's calling them parts, because functionally it's like a modular piece of 10 scores. Okay. Play all that is notated on the page in any convenient sequence, not repeating anything except for 9, where any of the events can be played or omitted any number of times. So that explains why everything's sort of spatially arranged on the page. It's like a bunch of tiny things, and there's no set way to read. You can move around the page any way you want. Number 10, or sorry, number 9 looks like this, like a little bit sparser. So I guess that one you have the option to omit things. So you could have a silent page if you wanted, I guess. Because it says any number of things. Just omit all of it. Black notes are variously short, up to about 1 second. Um, if it's a 16th note, it's very short, kind of like a grace note. White notes can be of any length. So this is something we saw in our previous Wolff score. Pairs, I think, was one we were looking at. So there's like basically notes that are on the shorter side and then notes that can be as long as you want. A dynamic indication may stand by itself, and crescendo and diminuendo should always be applied to a note already given. So they need starting and ending dynamics basically. But you can pull dynamics from various parts of the score, I guess. Diagonal lines direct your attention towards different areas of the page, so you need to follow them. So say you play, I don't know, this low note here, it goes to a 2, then you have to go kind of in this direction of the page. So I think that's what that's doing. A small number at the end of the line uh, equals a coordinate with the second. sound. If a line to a note is broken by a number followed after a colon, so for example, 2:0, that number of seconds of silence intervene before the next coordination. So kind of like instead of following lines immediately, other lines, there's a delay written into them. And it can be in any number of seconds, I guess. So pretty versatile notation. I don't think he's going wild with it. I think for the most part, if you see one of those, it's like a couple seconds. Here's a 7-second one. Okay, if you see a little like X or fish shaped thing at the end of a line, you have to coordinate whatever you're doing there with another player. So all of these ones, similar to the previous paragraph, they're sort of telling you how to coordinate your sounds with the sounds of other people. So we're getting a little bit more complicated now. Horizontal lines joining two notes, legato from one note to the other. Yeah, if no lines lead to a particular note, you can start that note at any time. So those are sort of like your starting areas if you're beginning a phrase. Uh, yeah, one, two, or three people can play. Then there's some practicalities of the solo performance. If two or three play, the material on the page should be distributed between them. No material marked off for one player should be played by another. In the case of movement 9, that makes sense. And in movement 7, two players are preferred. Some notes are on stave, so then you have to play indicated pitch, reading in either treble or bass clef. This was something we saw in Pairs, later work of his. Numbers and colored numbers, so like ink, variably indicates like, two notes with different timbres, things like that. So you probably need an instrument that can play more than one note at the same time. I think you can imagine a way to do that on most any instrument. And then numbers, when they're on lines that go between notes, those indicate changes in timbre. Then we got all these symbols to go through. These actually indicate like what your sound should be kind of like. So, for example, the diamond indicates that it should be like a harmonic of some kind. So the fundamental of your sound is gone. I would assume that's what that means. If it's a asterisk, it should be a noise. So there should be a lot of noise content in harmonic spectra. These I don't think are worth going through in detail because they're just like, you know, very clear. You just have to get to know them. I think the more complicated thing is like going back and forth between this and the first page and figuring out like, okay, what am I doing here or there? I guess one thing that makes it easier is it's kind of open which pages you use. So maybe you just rehearse together as a group with one page and you don't really bother to get to know everything. Um, just glancing at them, like the second one introduces pauses. There's a 7-second pause, as I mentioned before, and it seems to have more like timbral indications than the first page. The third page has a lot of like square looking graphemes. It has a 15-second pause on one of the things, and a couple like there's more silences introduced. I see a lot of 7-second pauses in this one. The fourth one is very angular and it's kind of in rows. So that's kind of interesting. It kind of directs you to go forward and then backward, or just reading through one row at a time. Um, so there's some sort of like repetition of ideas going on in this one, I think. Number 5 is spaced out a little bit more generously, but it has a lot of information to get through. It also has a 15-second pause, and yeah. And then 6, we have a lot of these like timbral symbols. So there's a lot of like specific Like I forget what I didn't really read what these things meant, but has a lot of these like a sound using metal, a sound using wood, a sound involving friction, so like things like that. That's what characterizes six. So that's kind of interesting. And then seven is again back. This is the one I may have misspoke earlier. This is the one I think that is intended for two people. See, there's a big number one and a big number two. So the two players are supposed to kind of like approach the score from different sides and probably read from, I mean, it's really encouraging you to read from left to right. Eight, it's got a lot of, I mean, it's also kind of in three rows, and it's got a lot of specific indications about the sound as well as like timbral changes indicated. Nine, this is one where you can omit stuff. It's really sparse looking and has a really weird specific indication here. Bow on metal or glass. And then 10, again, I'm seeing lots of specific sound indications. Some interesting dynamic markings like a triple fortissimo, like a fortissimo, as well as a lot of like just singular note heads. So just like a note on the page randomly. So this one might be a bit more scattered. This is not it does not seem to be an unpopular one. I think people like this score, so I'll see you all in 5 minutes. Okay, so I listened to that little 4 minute recording. I thought it was really in keeping with the style of the New York school, and the piece sounded very pointillistic, as one would expect. But I do think that just based on what he actually says in the notation, it could sound very different, and you could make the piece sound like you could interpret it all kinds of ways. I do think that historically that interpretation makes the most sense. Just do it kind of pointillistically and kind of atonal sounding with silences. The silences have their own sort of tension about them because it's like there's only certain places where the performers can start from nothing, and as they continue through the score, they run out of options. So um, it's like, okay, who's going to start the next thing? Like we got to play through all of this. So it's almost like a little puzzle unfolding in front of you, and I thought that was kind of interesting. I really was trying to put myself in the headspace of the performer, like what would it be like performing this? And I think it is a unique, dynamic kind of score. Okay, so today I'm looking at 0 minutes and 0 seconds from 1962. This is a piece by John Cage, which was a sequel to his famous piece 4 minutes and 33 seconds from 1952. We've talked about that piece before on the channel. It's a silent piece that lasts a certain duration. This piece, uh, I'm assuming, is also a silent piece, but let's take a closer look here. So the text reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, solo to be performed in any way by anyone for Yoko Ono and Toshi Ichitianagi. Tokyo, October 24th, 1952. And then there's also this text which accompanies it. In a situation provided with maximum amplification, no feedback, perform a disciplined action. With any interruptions, fulfilling in whole or part an obligation to can't read that, sorry. No two performers to be of the same action, nor may that action be the performance of a musical composition, musical in air quotes. No attention to be given the situation, electronic, musical, theatrical. So this version of the piece was written on October 24th, and then this extension of it was written on October 25th. The first performance of this piece was the writing of this manuscript. Uh, yeah, so I guess just writing this down constitutes a performance of the piece. This is 4 minutes and 33 seconds, number 2, and also part 3 of a work of which Atlas Eclipticalis is part 1. So Atlas Eclipticalis was written in 1961 for an ensemble. It looks like it's like a chamber orchestra. Well, it's a decently sized orchestra. For any of the any combination of instruments drawn from this orchestra, he lists to be played in whole or in part any duration in any ensemble, chamber, or orchestral. An electronic version is made possible by the use of contact microphones with associated amplifiers and louds. Atlas Eclipticalis is the first in a group of 3, of which Variations 4 is the second, representing Samsara, and 0 minutes and 0 seconds is the third, representing individual action. This piece represents Nirvana, according to Hidekazu Yoshida's interpretations of Japanese haiku poetry. Let's look at Variations 4 then. Completed in 1963, I assume. Any number of players, any sounds or combination of sounds produced by any means, with or without other activities. Originally used as music for a choreographed piece by Merce Cunningham, Field Dances. So in here the materials are a sheet of 9 points and 3 small circles and a short written instruction. All points and circles are cut up for the creation of a program. 7 points and 2 circles are needed, which are all to be dropped on a map of the performance space, creating pieces where actions might be performed. Lines are drawn from the placed circle to the points. The second circle is only used if one of the lines intersects it. The result is a graphic representation of where sounds may occur. So this seems more concerned with spatialization of activity. Interestingly, doesn't really matter what the activity is. And then Atlas Eclipticalis, if I'm reading it correctly, is more concerned with instrumentation. So it is like a conventional orchestra, but you can play none of the piece or all of it or some of it. You can have some people playing or no one playing or everyone playing, right? So I think all 3 of these pieces potentially have a version that is silent. I think I read yesterday that there's a sequel to this piece as well, so let me talk about that. It's probably composed a lot later than the 1960s, though. And then this is the sequel I was talking about, 1 to the exponent 3. So this is way later, 1989. The Inemori Foundation in Japan were awarding that year's Kyoto Prize in Creative Arts and Moral Sciences to John Cage. This was shortly after Cage reached the age of 75 in 1987. So they were, I guess, arranging a performance of 4 minutes and 33 seconds, but Cage instead created this piece called 1-3 for them to perform. And effectively, it is just performed exactly the same way. It's a silent piece, but the score reads, and this is only published in the program of the concert. So this is effectively a text score that only exists as a title in a program. This is a fax, I think. Mr. Cage would like to perform a new work rather than 4 minutes and 33 seconds. Here's the title, written exactly as it should be. 1 to the exponent 3.
uh, equals 4 minutes and 33 seconds in brackets 0 minutes and 0 seconds, this thing we're looking at, plus treble clef on a staff. That treble clef equaling Sofia Gubaidulina, there is an inner clock in brackets. The third International Music Festival in the USSR. Yeah, Cage and Gubaidulina met in 1988 at the International Music Festival mentioned in the score. She made a comment to Cage about his work. Cage explained that she had liked his music but didn't like the watches, and should remember that there was an inner clock. So I guess this is in response to that, like that criticism that a lot of Cage's conceptual pieces, like 4 minutes and 33 seconds, are ruled by the clock. So it's kind of an interesting point, right? It's like it so moving towards this 0 minutes and 0 seconds, he's sort of abolishing the idea of like durations. You shouldn't even need a duration to experience silence. It should just be like 0 point time. And then but also minutes and seconds don't even matter, right? So because we can't as we don't really have an internal clock that knows what a minute is or a second is exactly. So it's irrelevant the way that we measure time. So yeah, he's effectively deconstructed everything that made 4 minutes and 33 seconds, 4 minutes and 33 seconds, right? Um, so yeah, it's kind of like I don't know what to say about it other than he's sort of reimagining what a silent piece could look like, and I guess there's a lot of other scores of Cages that could be realized as a silent piece, but also you could make sounds to realize them. Part of the reason why I wanted to cover this was I think there are performances out there of 0 minutes and 0 seconds. So I think we'll listen to this tape version, and I'll let you know what I think. This is the one in the comments to this video, but feel free to explore all these performances. And yeah, if anyone has more experience with this piece, for example, hearing it live, I'd be fascinated to know. Um, so yeah. Okay, so this recording is like a short demonstration of what it sounds like to amplify a room, basically from the perspective of a microphone, not, from speakers or anything. But yeah, there's like multiple releases, I think. Maybe it's possible it's the same album, but yeah, it's like usually packaged with Cage's other tape or electronic music. Um, so I think this would have been pretty um like pretty experimental and out there in the 1960s, when tape music was already kind of firmly established as a discipline. I think like it definitely marks a shift in his career. Yeah, it makes sense that he would have issues with 4 minutes and 33 seconds and he would want to like revise it, uh, you know, on this occasion 10 years later. And then when he was receiving this award, like um, more than 20 years after that. So yeah, I guess it's more complicated. I'm glad I kind of investigated this, you know. Hopefully this was interesting to y'all as well. Um, clearly a lot of people have written about it, so there's no shortage of stuff online to read. Tomorrow we're going to be looking at some Lamont Young, so some stuff from 1960 around this time, some text scores. Um, so to put it into perspective, 4 minutes and 33 seconds was very, very original. Then by the time Cage wrote this, 10 years later, the Fluxus movement was in full swing. So text scores were becoming a thing, or you could say event scores. So he's sort of like giving people a little something. Um, I think the dedication here to Yoko and Toshi makes sense, right? So today's piece is composition 1960, number 7 by Lamont Young. This is the entire score. It's pretty easy to find online. It's just a B and an F sharp with ties to nothing and the instruction to be held for a long time. Um, so yeah, this piece, we talked about it in a previous episode. James Tenney's Swell piece number 3 is dedicated to Lamont Young and clearly references this piece. Um, it's part of a larger series of pieces, so maybe I could talk about that a little bit. And also, this is our first Lamont Young episode, so I think I should go over his biography. Um, and then maybe we could talk a little bit about tuning. So one of the interesting things about this choice, B and F sharp specifically, is depending on the tuning system you're using, that interval can vary wildly because most organs and other instruments are historically tuned starting with the note C and working your way outwards to more distant notes with either major thirds or perfect fifths. So, yeah, let's do those things in that order then. So the 1960 compositions are a series of text-based scores, um, building on the work of John Cage. They all have a unique emphasis on performance art. Uh, Number 5, for example, release a butterfly in the room. Number 2, build a fire in front of the audience. Then number 1 is called Piano Piece for Terry Riley and reads pushing a piano into a wall. So they all kind of call into question the definition of music. In 1959, I guess he was exposed to John Cage's music through the composer Karl-Heinz Stockhausen at the Darmstadt summer courses in Germany. And Lamont Young found this particularly inspiring. I think it's kind of interesting that he discovered the music of John Cage through a European country. I think that says a lot about the fame of that composer at this time. Because John Cage, of course, is American, and so is Lamont Young. And yeah, this went on to inspire the Fluxus movement. So yeah, Young did study with John Cage starting in 1960. I guess started collaborating with Yoko Ono in some capacity. So yeah, these are all of them. There's 15 of them. It looks like there isn't a composition number 1, but there is a series of piano pieces, number 1, dedicated to different people. Number 7 is the most popular one, and it's the only one with conventional notation. Wiley Hitchcock remarks, composition number 7 evoked a large number of ancillary sounds, mostly audience noises, but also revealed to those who continued to listen a whole inner world of fluctuating overtones in the open fifth, as sustained by the players. So I guess the original performance was by a string trio in 1961. There's also a 39-minute version for synthesizer. So yeah, the for a long time, I guess, is taken very literally, or has been historically. So because the premiere was 45 minutes long, so it's supposed to be a concert length work, I think, at least. You could probably do an installation that's much longer, but uh, yeah. So Lamont Young, I think we talked about him briefly when talking about, like, we did a Terry Riley episode way back in the orchestra series. Lamont Young is an American composer. He's still alive, but was born in 1935. Also a performance artist and pioneer of the minimalist movement. He played jazz saxophone and composition in California in the 50s and then moved to New York in 1960. That's the time period we're talking about now. And that's when he got involved in the downtown music scene, which I think is a minimalist scene, kind of. And then the Fluxus art scene, which is, event scores, text scores, performance art. A number of Young's early works use the 12-tone technique, which he learned under Leonard Stein at Los Angeles City College. Stein also served as an assistant to Schoenberg, so from an early age exposed to experimental or cutting-edge music. He developed a relationship with the Fluxus founder George Macunas at the electronic music course of Richard Maxfield at the New School. So this is, yeah, Neo-Dada is another way to talk about the Fluxus art scene. Yeah, he created short haiku-like conceptual scores associated with the Fluxus movement. Most famous, the composition's 1960. And I guess then he got more into just intonation and minimalism and improvised pieces. Okay, so I've set up a little bit of a lab here. Basically, I just spent 5 minutes outputting this fifth in different intonation systems. I think if you have Aria Player and Finale, you can do this easily too, because Aria Player has a number of Scala files that it comes with that allow you to adjust the tuning. So anyways, this is just an organ MIDI sound in 12-tone equal temperament. Now compare that to Pythagorean, for example. Pythagorean tuning. If you play them both at the same time, you can hear how different they are. Right. Hopefully my levels aren't crazy loud, but I also exported what their idea of just intonation would be, centered around C5. Sorry, that was all of them at the same time for a second. Sixth common mean tone. That one sounds pretty harsh. Quarter common mean tone might sound even harsher. Let's do both the mean tones together. And then the last one I exported was Kernberger 3, which I think is one of Bach's Swell temperaments. I may be wrong. Uh, so all this is to say, depending on the organ you perform this on, like if you are using a historical instrument, the piece can have a very different sound. And then obviously the premiere recording, which was with string instruments, like the tuning is entirely dependent on the performers and their ear, right? So they're going to try and tune it as perfectly as they can, but um, who knows, right? Over the duration of the piece, the tuning might fluctuate. Um, they might not be able to lock in the whole time. So yeah, the choice of the interval and those notes specifically actually makes it a very interesting piece potentially. So just something to think about when you're writing an open instrumentation piece, you know. Having knowledge of how instruments work can actually improve the way the piece sounds and its lasting, you know, potential. Um, so yeah, I have a link in the video description to a version of this. That's what I'll be listening to today, and I'll see you in a bit with my reactions to that version. Um, yeah, hopefully this this whole thing interests you. Okay, so I watched this version from Kyoto University, three students playing this, and I think they really understood the assignment. They have like the cushions on the ground and the pink um, lighting, and I really liked the inclusion of acoustic guitar. I thought at first it was like a EBow that the performer was pulling out, but it was actually a electric fan, which is a very different sound and kind of interesting way to make the instrument sustain. And yeah, I think they really understood the vibe of this composition. Um, and it was on the shorter side, like 20 minutes, but I think pretty successfully demonstrated what this composition was. Um, I also like that this performance is seemingly from 2018, so it sort of captures this moment pre-pandemic, um, where artists were just having fun. Um, yeah, that's about all I want to say on this one. Tomorrow we're looking at a John Cage piece, and it's going to be sort of the finale to this variable instrumentation series. So, thank you for following this far. Hopefully, this piece in particular opened up this world of Fluxus music to you, and there's a lot of Fluxus pieces which we didn't really get to in the series, so this is kind of like the sole representative. But there's a lot of event scores out there, a lot of interesting performances. Okay, so today I'm listening to 4 minutes and 33 seconds by John Cage. This is one version of the score, it was written in 1952. You can see it's three movements, 1, 2, and 3, each marked tachet, which just means silent. You usually see it printed on orchestral parts when an instrument isn't needed in a particular movement. And there's a bit of a note here at the bottom that we can read together. So the title of this work is the total length in minutes and seconds of its performance at Woodstock, New York, August 29th, 1952. The title was 4 minutes and 33 seconds, and the three parts were 33 seconds long, 2 minutes and 40 seconds long, and 1 minute and 20 seconds long, respectively. It was performed by David Tudor, pianist, who indicated the beginnings of each part by closing, the endings by opening the keyboard lid. So it was performed at a piano. However, the work may be performed by an instrumentalist or combination of instrumentalists, and last any length of time. So that's an interesting point. It doesn't have to be 4 minutes and 33 seconds long. It just is performed that way traditionally. And this is like that note about the instrumentation. The reason why I'm closing this open instrumentation series with this piece is this is kind of like the oldest open instrumentation piece. You know, it's really, really, really clear that it's for any instrument and it doesn't matter because any instrument can be silent. It's dedicated to Erwin Kremen, who we should probably research, an American artist. His art mainly consists of non-representational collage, sculpture, and painting. So I guess he's an abstract expressionist. Born 1925, died 2020, so a little bit younger than Cage. So in 1977, after having kept his art private for 12 years, Kremen agreed to an exhibition organized by the Smithsonian Institution, National Collection of Fine Arts, with 2 venues. 29 solo venues followed. Maybe I can find some images of his work here. Okay, yeah, so he did this type of collage stuff. Interesting. Very Dadaist almost. But in the, I'm assuming 1940s or 30s. Really kind of interesting, actually. But I don't have a lot of time to delve into this stuff. I imagine these are all very small. Like seeing some of these frames. So, cool. Okay. Rather than find a recording today, I just have a timer with 4 minutes and 33 seconds. Let's listen. Okay, so that version of the piece, I was mostly just hearing my laptop fan in like directly in front of me. It was really dominating the sound. But I could also hear birds outside in the far background, so like 20 to 30 feet behind me, and obviously muffled by the walls of the house I'm in. So interesting, like kind of spatial arrangement of stuff, right? I don't know of a lot of pieces of music where you have some sound directly in front of you, very close, and then sound very far behind you. Um, it was kind of interesting. Let me know how your experience of the piece went. I'm curious, does it work in an online format, um, or is it meant to be in a concert hall? Um, and yeah, today I performed it with no instrument, which I think is an option. So I guess it also blurred the line a little bit. Like, was I listening to this piece today or performing it? I guess both. Um, yeah, that's a wrap for the variable instrumentation series. Tomorrow I'm gonna jump into a completely different genre. Um, Thanks for following me through this journey.